Chapter 509. The Golden Jian, Bell of 1,000 Dragons, and the Smelting God Gourd worked together to suppress the four fairy slaying swords. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, and with a loud bang, the life spring cracked open, revealing four fairy swords that seemed to have been soaked in the blood of billions of living beings. The fairy swords vibrated, and their murderous aura soared into the sky. The billowing sword chi rushed into the sky like a vast smoke signal, and like thousands of galaxies falling down, it was boundless and raging in all directions. It took the initiative to attack the Golden Jian, Bell of 1,000 Dragons, and the Smelting God Gourd. Swoosh! At the same time, a square formation diagram slowly emerged in the sky. It was the shadow and imprint of the Lingbao Tianzuan's real formation diagram. At this moment, it appeared and revived the four fairy slaying swords. Oh no, there's a great emperor's formation diagram here. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the formation diagram. There was a great emperor's formation diagram controlling the four emperor swords. There's a great emperor's formation diagram in this world. It's unbelievable. Could it be that person? I think I know who it is. That's right. It must be the legendary Lingbao Tianzuan who created the group secret word. This is definitely Lingbao Tianzuan's sea of reincarnation. I didn't expect to see such a miracle. All the great sages were shocked, and the young supremes were all shocked. The formation diagram is a little illusory. It's most likely just an imprint and not a real formation diagram. We have 3 ancient imperial weapons here, and we can definitely break the emperor swords. The great sage of the light clan roared. How dare a mere imprint of the formation diagram stop us? You're courting death. The Golden King's eyes lit up instantly. With his vision, he could naturally see that the 4 swords in front of him were only one emperor weapon. Even if there was a shadow of the formation diagram, it was only one emperor weapon. It could not withstand the attack of 3 emperor weapons. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll definitely get 1 emperor sword for you and increase your chances of success on your emperor's road. The great sage of the nest of 1,000 dragons transmitted his voice to the dragoness. The battle instantly broke out. Above the sea of bitterness, an illusory formation stood in the air. 4 dark red killing swords appeared, shaking heaven and earth. They revealed extremely terrifying immortal might. Sword chi swept in all directions, fighting against the 3 emperor weapons, the Golden Truncheon, the Bell of 10,000 Dragons, and the Refining God Gourd. This formation diagram was a little blurry and unreal, but it was too special. It was like a formation diagram was controlling everything in front of him. It was almost like half of the great emperor's soul was controlling everything here. That was the highest achievement of formations. It contained the profoundness of the group's secret word. When combined with the immortal slaying 4 swords, it formed a supreme divine might that was enough to shatter everything in the world, enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. It could be said that the might of the attack was close to that of an attack unleashed by a living great emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 imperial armaments were slowly reviving, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack at all. The battle erupted completely, causing the entire sea of misery to surge with great waves. Large swathes of seawater were evaporated, and strands of sword chi that could split the sea extended out, slashing the sea of misery into a mess. Clang! Under the guidance of the formation diagram, the immortal slaying 4 swords, sword chi crisscrossed. Tens of thousands of strands of sword chi rose together, causing the 3 imperial armaments on the opposite side to ring lightly. They suffered a huge attack. The huge void crack extended into the distance, directly entering the outer realm. It was boundlessly terrifying, and even some small meteorites were swallowed inside. Zhou Tong had already gone far away, but he was still a little shocked by the might of the great emperor. If the true body of the immortal slaying formation doesn't appear, the immortal slaying 4 swords will definitely not be able to withstand it. Zhou Tong didn't act rashly, and instead quietly watched the battle before him. If these three imperial armaments could cause the immortal slaying four swords to be scattered, it would save him a lot of trouble, and he could definitely directly seize the immortal sword. Most importantly, Zhou Tong didn't know whether these people were attracted by Dao Yi or the Void Emperor's coffin. If it was the former, then it was very likely that Dao Yi was hiding in the back, wanting to benefit from the battle. But is that formation diagram really not going to act? Zhou Tong was very doubtful about this, because in the battle in the original work, the formation diagram had summoned the four swords. Now that the four swords were in danger, they might summon the formation diagram as well. But given the current situation, Dao, you should really not know about my information. Zhou Tong was very assured. The last time Zhou Tong appeared in front of outsiders was at the Seven Golden Cities. After that, he entered the mythological ancient road. The mythological ancient road was so big and so far, and the sea of reincarnation was so hard to find. No matter what, Dao, he couldn't have divined that he was here now. At the same time, on the other side, Dao Yi and his great saint protector stood together, hiding in a formation, quietly watching the scene of the three imperial armaments fighting the immortal slaying four swords. Your Highness, the four killing swords shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Should we make a move? That great saint said. There's no hurry. If I'm not wrong, the four killing swords of Lingbao Tianzuan should be connected to the formation diagram. If forced to the extreme, these four killing swords might be able to summon the formation diagram. Dao, he stopped his great saint protector's suggestion in time. It's just that today's matter went too smoothly. That tyrant body is also very impressive. He actually caused the Holy Spirit clan to use all their might to invite three imperial armaments to deal with him. We just gave them some guidance, saying that he might be here, and it caused all the heroes to attack this place together, solving a big problem that we couldn't solve for decades. Dao Yi sighed. However, when he mentioned Zhou Tong, his tone was much heavier. Zhou Tong was really too famous now. A great saint tribulation had almost destroyed all the schemes of the Holy Spirit clan and the Light clan, two extremely tyrannical clans, against the human race. It had almost caused the next generation of these two clans to be cut off. In particular, he had heard from the Gold Clan that Zhou Tong had actually used his clone to fight against three ancient princes at the same time. This kind of thing was unimaginable to Dao Yi. It was also because of this that when news of Zhou Tong came out, it caused everyone to want to kill him at all costs. Dao Yi was very clear that compared to him, who had just passed the tribulation to become a saint king, Zhou Tong, who had already reached the great saint realm, was completely an obstacle on his path to becoming an emperor. In a battle of the same level, he would have been defeated long ago. Originally, he wanted to obtain the Tree of Life here, use it to cultivate several secret techniques, and then go back to get back at him. However, now that he suddenly heard his name, he was already a great saint. This kind of cultivation speed was really beyond Dao Yi's expectations. He couldn't figure out how Zhou Tong cultivated. How could he be so fast? Is the Tianyuan stone tablet left by Great Emperor Wu Shi really so powerful? Dao Yi's heart was very gloomy. Your Highness, it doesn't matter even if that tyrant body cultivates to the great saint realm. With his cultivation speed, he's just another Dongmu. It's not so easy to break through the quasi-emperor level. Even the great emperor was stuck at the peak of the great saint realm for 200 years before he successfully broke through. With tyrant body's cultivation speed, it's normal for him to be stuck at this level for 300 or even 500 years. Even like Dongmu, he can't break through this realm for the rest of his life. The Taoist protector on the side promptly advised. He himself was a peak great saint, and no matter what, he couldn't break through to the quasi-emperor level. In addition, he knew a lot about Great Emperor Dao Yan, so he had a lot of right to speak about the great saint realm. I hope so. Dao Yi nodded. As the emperor's son of Great Emperor Dao Yan, Dao Yi was very clear about the difficulty of the quasi-emperor level. It could be said that almost all the great emperors in ancient times have been stuck at this level for hundreds of years. But now it's not the cultivation speed of tyrant body, but the immortal swords in front of us. Be prepared. Once the four killing swords can't hold on anymore, we'll have to make a move. Dao Yi asked the Taoist protector on the side to prepare to snatch the 4 immortal slaying swords. The Taoist protector on the side nodded slightly. The Dao Yin battle suit was already in his hand, and he could put it on at any time. Chapter 510. Above the celestial ocean of reincarnation. Clang! The killing swords trembled. At the same time, an unusual light flashed in the formation image. Then, another formation image broke through the void and arrived here. It quickly merged with the formation image and became real. At this moment, all the great saints couldn't help but gasp. They were all stunned. That was the real Great Emperor's formation image. It crossed the void and appeared in reality. It was no longer the blurry image from before. They were in big trouble. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't control themselves. The terrifying formation image hung in the sky. The 4 swords were hanging in the east, west, south, and north. They guarded the 4 gates and stabilized the sea of bitterness, suppressing everything. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The real formation image appeared and came to the celestial ocean of reincarnation. It merged with the 4 swords. How could they fight it? The golden Jian, 10,000 dragons bell, and smelting god pot could naturally suppress the 4 swords. However, with the addition of Lingbao Tianzuan's formation image, it was completely different. It could explode with great emperor level power. The 3 great emperor weapons couldn't withstand it. We need 4 great emperor weapons to break this formation. Where can we find them now? Those who had the great emperor weapons were extremely anxious. At the same time, their faces were pale. They didn't expect to fail at the last moment. The formation image arrived at the crucial moment. Damn it, we came here to find the overlord body of a human race. He still has the Azure, the arch weapon. Find him. The great saint of the light clan opened his mouth and roared. With the help of the smelting god pot, the sound waves rolled and spread throughout the celestial ocean of reincarnation. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They didn't find the overlord body of the human race in the celestial ocean of reincarnation. Instead, they caused a shocking disaster. Now that the 4 swords and the formation image were combined, who could resist it? The formation image and the 4 swords were very terrifying. After they completely merged into one, it was enough to destroy this world. The 4 killing swords hung in the 4 directions. Lingbao Tianzuan's life spring was impregnable. Moreover, the formation was still advancing outwards. The great saints were terrified. The 4 swords were surging with chaos. Every time they slashed, thousands of rays of light would be shot out. Each ray was enough to kill a great saint. It was absolutely terrifying. Your Highness, what should we do? Dao Yi's protector couldn't help but ask. Retreat. Leaving the sea of bitterness, we will go directly to the other shore of the gods. Now that the formation has appeared here, the divine nirvana shore must be empty. This is the best time to seize the ancient tree of life. Dao Yi was very decisive. He did not want to care about the killing formation here at all. He wanted to go to the other side of the gods to seize the ancient tree of life. The great sage also instantly came to his senses and immediately brought Dao Yi to the other side of the divine realm. They were very clear about the location of the divine nirvana shore. With the help of the monarch weapons, they could easily reach it. Clang! At this moment, one could clearly see a bright golden light rushing out. It was as bright as the sun crossing the sky. It was so bright that it was suffocating. Ah, the 4th emperor weapon. There really is a 4th imperial armament. Seeing the golden light, everyone was shocked. Then, they all revealed expressions of joy. The appearance of this monarch weapon was simply like sending charcoal in snowy weather. With the addition of this monarch weapon, there was definitely hope for them to break through the sword formation and obtain the immortal sword. Sure enough, it was Dao Yi who set this up. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He finally determined who the person who set this up was. He looked at the divine light with a grave expression. The golden divine light was too fast. However, it did not deal with the immortal slaying sword formation. Instead, it quickly tore through the void and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone was petrified. The most terrifying thing in the world was to have hope appear in front of one's eyes only to have it disappear. Zhou Tong was also a little speechless. Damn, what's going on? Dao Yi just left? However, the moment this question came out, he immediately came to a realization. No doubt he did not leave. He went to the other side of the gods. Damn it, he went to find the ancient tree of life. Yes, Dao Yi's goal was never Lingbao Tianzuan's formation and immortal sword, but the ancient tree of life. Zhou Tong came to a realization. He had figured out what Dao Yi's goal was. Lingbao Tianzuan's sword formation is mine. The ancient tree of life is also mine. Zhou Tong's heart stirred. He directly threw out diamond carving and the Qing Emperor weapon. With diamond carving and the Qing Emperor weapon here to restrain the spiritual treasure formation, it's time for me to fight with Dao Yi for the ancient tree of life. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with countless rays of light. At the same time, a dazzling radiance flashed between his eyebrows. He was deducing the location of the other side of the gods. Zhou Tong had been here for so many years. He had not stayed here for nothing. Although most of his attention was focused on resisting Lingbao Tianzuan's murderous aura, diamond carving had not been idle. Instead, it had been deducing the coordinates of the other side of the gods. With the deduction of the past few years, in addition to the direction where the spiritual treasure formation had broken through the void and the direction where Dao Yi had gone, Zhou Tong instantly located the location of the other side of the gods. It's here! Zhou Tong waved his arm and used the precious technique of the Gui clan with all his might. Space fragments instantly danced in his hand. Finally, he used the formation plate that he had refined from the four-sided Lingbao Tianzuan formation to break through the void and head to the other side of the gods. After Zhou Tong left, in the Celestial Master's Sea of Reincarnation, Buzz, the diamond chakram flashed, and the deity within it appeared, transforming into a deity surrounded by 9 colors. It held the blue Emperor Lotus in its hand and rushed over. Don't panic, my friends. I'm here to help you. The 9-color deity, transformed by diamond carving, held the Qing Emperor weapon and roared. At the same time, it instantly joined the battlefield. The Qing Emperor weapon is really here. It's the overlord body of the human clan. The *M in it. He finally came out. Someone else was furious when they saw the Qing Emperor weapon. However, their expressions changed when they saw the 9-color deity clearly. Why is the Qing Emperor weapon in your hands? Where's the overlord body of the human clan? The great sage of the Holy Light clan couldn't help but exclaim. There was something wrong with the person in front of them. Was it the overlord body of the human clan holding the Qing Emperor weapon? Why was it this person who they had never heard of? My friends, you've misunderstood. The overlord body of the human clan isn't a pure descendant of the Qing Emperor. He's just borrowing the Qing Emperor weapon from the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Since he can borrow it, I can pay a price. Zhou Tong wasn't stupid enough to admit his identity here. As for his relationship with the descendant of the Qing Emperor, there were old friends of the Big Dipper here. He couldn't lie to them. I see. The Golden King nodded. Although they knew about the relationship between Zhou Tong and Yin Ruyu and the Big Dipper, when they thought about it carefully, how could the Demon Clan let Zhou Tong keep holding the Emperor weapon in the Big Dipper, a dangerous place where all the experts in the universe came? Even they didn't dare to let their ancient princess take the Emperor weapon out casually, let alone the son-in-law of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan wouldn't pay such a high price, even if Yin Ruyu was the princess of the Demon Clan. It had to be said that the Golden King was limited by his own inherent thinking. They didn't dare to give the ancient imperial weapon to the ancient princess casually because they had a huge clan that needed the protection of the ancient imperial weapon. But the Demon Clan, although they were called the Demon Clan in name, the Qing Emperor's clan was just a small clan. One Qing Emperor heart was enough to protect them, and they didn't need the Qing Emperor weapon. Haha, brother, you've come the right time. Let's break this formation together. For Emperor weapons are just right. The great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the god refining pot, 10,000 dragons bell, Qing Emperor Lotus, and golden Jian all emitted bright, immortal light, shaking the supreme formation in front of them. The four of them took action separately with the Emperor weapons. They used the four Emperor weapons to lock down a door and charged in. Boom! Junk! Clang! For a moment, the chaos in the formation diagram surged. The formation diagram and the four killing swords hummed softly. They were really unstable. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were broken. Chapter 511. Boom! After following the coordinates and breaking through the void, Zhou was greeted by an ancient land surging with chaotic qi. From afar, there were 5 continents emitting a hazy light. This was the divine Permitha. One of the continents was incomparably hot, emitting scorching light. Another continent was a vast ocean. The third continent was filled with metallic energy that soared into the heavens. The fourth continent was filled with boundless vitality. The last continent was an expanse of earthy yellow, thick and solid. Lingbao Tianzuan's 5 great Tao palaces. Zhou Tong lost interest after just a glance. He looked directly at the sky. In the sky above the 5 continents, there was a star. 5 elements qi overflowed from the 5 continents below and merged into one, turning into a chaotic mist that nourished the star in the sky. This ancient life star was incomparably huge, almost comparable to stars like the North Star. Moreover, from far away, Zhou Tong could feel a supreme and powerful great Tao. This place had at least produced a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. Boom! However, just as Zhou Tong looked at the ancient star, it shook violently. A vast divine consciousness swept through the surroundings and rushed to all places. This divine consciousness was majestic, shining like stars, illuminating heaven and earth. There is also a divine and holy aura flowing, awe-inspiring. Zhou Tong was very familiar with this power. It was the power of faith. Such a divine consciousness contains unparalleled power of faith. It seems to be the god of the divine realm. It must be Dao-yi. Zhou Tong restrained his aura and secretly activated the sacred spirit stone token. Then, he directly used the Great Void technique to rush to the divine Permitha. Who dares to be so presumptuous? How dare you challenge my divine might? Not long after, a person roared from the altar in the ancient star, causing the entire divine realm to shake violently. This was the peak great saint who controlled the entire divine Permitha. He absorbed the power of faith to cultivate here. Almost half of his body had stepped into the quasi-emperor threshold, and he called himself God. Clang! However, the divine might of the great Tao surged. A golden immortal light flashed, and the roar suddenly disappeared. God had fallen. No matter how strong he was powerless in the face of the Tao Yin Great Emperor surprise attack. Above the ancient star, Tao-yi was covered in golden light, looking like a newborn sun. With a smile on his face, he quickly climbed an ancient mountain filled with life energy. This was the ancient mountain of life, as well as the core forbidden area of the divine realm. The mist on the mountain flowed, and the majestic life essence flowed like a river. At the top of the mountain, there was an ancient tree. Its trunk was rough, and its bark was cracked like dragon scales. The branches stretched out vigorously, and the leaves on the tree were emerald green and crystalline. They flickered with radiance as if they were made from jade, green, immortal gold, and they were dazzling and resplendent. This was the immortal divine medicine that the great emperor of Tao Yin had controlled when he was alive, the ancient tree of life. With this tree here, the life essence here was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, making this place incomparably sacred. Even Tao-yi felt as if he was about to ascend when he approached this place. All the pores on his body opened up, pouring in endless life essence. I didn't expect to get the ancient tree of life so easily. The divine tree left behind by my father is finally going to return to my hands. Overlord body of the human race, although you schemed against me once, you have now become my lucky star. I didn't expect the sacred spirit lineage to find so many emperor weapons to deal with you. Just a little bit of guidance here saved me a lot of trouble. Dao, he was very excited. The process of getting the ancient tree of life was faster and simpler than he had imagined. Boom! However, just as Dao, he was feeling proud, two large hands suddenly rushed out from the void, one from the left and one from the right. They grabbed at the ancient tree of life in an extremely fast and violent manner. The timing couldn't be better. This was when Dao, he was most proud of himself, and he attacked to pull the ancient tree of life away. What? Zhou Tong's body shook, revealing a trace of surprise. One of the large hands was naturally his. However, what he didn't expect was that he had followed behind Dao Yi and was prepared to sneak attack Dao Yi and take away the ancient tree of life when he succeeded. However, he didn't expect that there was someone else who had the same idea as him. He was already a great saint, and he also had the sacred spirit stone token, which was infinitely close to an emperor weapon, to help him conceal his aura. Therefore, he could casually approach Dao Yi and sneak attack him. However, who was this person who was stealing his business? How could he have such a method? As the emperor's son of the Dao Yin Great Emperor, Dao Yi's divine sense was extremely sharp. Even a great saint's sneak attack couldn't hide from his divine sense. The person who came must have some kind of special secret treasure in his hands, the kind that specialized in hiding his aura. However, how dare you steal my business? You're courting death. Zhou Tong acted decisively. He stretched out another arm, cutting through the void and cutting off time, completely isolating the space-time around the ancient tree of life. With his great saint cultivation, he used the Gue clan's precious technique. Space fragments fluttered, and time fragments flowed. For a moment, time seemed to stop here. The unknown arm opposite him that was trying to steal his business was also frozen in an instant, unable to move. Even Dao, he was isolated by this extremely terrifying law of time. Then, Zhou Tong took the opportunity to grab the trunk of the ancient tree of life, uprooted the entire tree, put into the 10 heavenly caves divine ring, and planted it. His movements were extremely fast, and it was done almost in the blink of an eye. Who is it? At the moment when Zhou Tong and the unknown cultivator attacked from a void, Dao Yi also reacted. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. His roar sent out a vast wave of Dao waves, but this wave of Dao waves was blocked by Zhou Tong's fragments of time. Then he very decisively took out a group of formation flags and planted them around the mountain peak. Boom! Zhou Tong had just put away the ancient tree of life when his body suddenly trembled. The domain formed by the Gue clan's precious technique that was similar to the frozen time and space was broken in an instant. Zhou Tong felt an extremely terrifying aura appear. This was the emperor formation left behind by the Dao Yin Great Emperor. Dao, a long time no see. Are you surprised to see me here? Are you surprised? In the emperor formation, Zhou Tong was not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, he turned around and greeted Dao Yi. It's you, the overlord body. Dao Yi was furious, and his face was ashen. In order to lure the Light Clan and the others over, he lied that the overlord body was here. At first, he was very proud that he had used the influence of the overlord body to scheme against so many people. However, he really did not expect that his lie would come true. This overlord body was really here, and he had schemed against him again, taking away the results of his years of scheming. Thank you for attracting the group of people here and making the formation map here disappear. Zhou Tong's proud voice made Dao Yi so angry that he was speechless. At the same time, on the other side, a figure was forced to reveal himself by the power of the Emperor formation. The moment he saw this person, Zhou Tong was also very surprised. He did not expect it to be an acquaintance. Chapter 512. On the ancient mountain of life, 3 figures stood in 3 different directions. I didn't expect to see you here. Zhou Tong looked at the last figure in surprise. This person had an ordinary appearance. He didn't look special in a crowd. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that he had a special temperament. It was as if his body had merged with the void silently. It was as if his every move wouldn't cause any fluctuations in the space. This person was Zhou Tong's acquaintance, the son of the Void Emperor, Himiko. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't expect you to have cultivated to the great sage realm. Himiko looked at Zhou Tong and sighed. Back then, Zhou Tong still had to fight with all his strength. Now, the other party was already a great sage. You too. Dao Yi's expression became more and more unpleasant. These two people who wanted to beat him up were actually acquaintances? What a scam. Where did you two come from? Your methods are too despicable. You two have been here for a long time. Dao Yi looked at the two of them. His gaze then fell on Himiko, the son of the Void Emperor. I heard a few years ago that a 9-layered coffin from the mythological era fell here. You should have entered the divine realm at that time, right? Himiko nodded slightly. Dao Yi then looked at Zhou Tong. Without waiting for Dao Yi to speak, Zhou Tong laughed and said, "Don't look. I followed you here. I actually don't know where the divine realm is. Fortunately, you opened a hole in the Celestial Master's sea of reincarnation, allowing me to deduce the coordinates." You. Dao Yi's eyes widened in anger. He clenched his fists. He was so angry that his whole body was convulsing and trembling. He couldn't even maintain his temperament. Clang! At this moment, a brilliant golden light burst from a distance. It was like a sun flying over, and the aura of the extreme Dao filled the air. Dao Yi's protector had finally arrived with an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Dao Yi, you can't possibly think that a mere incomplete Emperor formation and an Emperor weapon can do anything to me, right? Zhou Tong looked at the delighted Dao Yi and reached out with his hand. Instantly, billions of strands of immortal light danced in the air, illuminating eternity. A divine diagram appeared in his hand. This divine diagram emitted a holy radiance like a divine sun. Its aura was terrifying, and the essence of extreme yang swirled around it. Emperor Qi surged, and as soon as it appeared, Dao Yi and Himiko's bodies cracked. The two of them were extremely shocked. How is that possible? Great Emperor Array Diagram? A complete array diagram? How could such a thing exist? The veins on Dao Yi's forehead throbbed violently, and his entire person revealed a look of disbelief. Himiko was also shocked. He didn't expect that apart from Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram, there was another great emperor's array diagram. Moreover, it had actually fallen into the hands of this person. Why not? Zhou Tong chuckled and raised the divine diagram slightly. Immediately, immortal light shone. I know, you still can't freely control this diagram. Dao Yi suddenly spoke. If you could use this diagram at will, you would have used it long ago. Then why don't you take a step forward and see if I can use the extreme Dao Emperor's power? No, I allow you and your protector to step forward together if you're not afraid of death, Zhou Tong said leisurely. Dao, he didn't dare to step forward because this was gambling with his own life. As long as one still had reason and didn't want to die, they wouldn't be willing to bet on this. Go. Dao Yi's face was ashen. He opened his mouth and let out a long howl. At the same time, he put away the array flags. In a flash, he was about to escape from this place with his protector. Clang! However, a trembling sound rang out, and a stone token blocked in front of Dao Yi and his protector. What do you mean? Even if you can use this array diagram, you must pay a great price. Do you really want to fight to the death with me here? Dao Yi glared at Zhou Tong. There's no need for a fight to the death, but I hope you can stay here for a while. You only need to stay here for an hour. Zhou Tong chuckled. As he spoke, a clear air appeared around Zhou Tong and turned into 3 figures that looked exactly like him. Then, these 3 people quickly merged into the void and disappeared in front of everyone. What are you going to do? Himiko also felt that something was wrong at this time and immediately wanted to make a move. What was Zhou Tong going to do? Why was he so mysterious? Nothing, just wait here. Zhou Tong waved his Holy Spirit Stone token slightly and forced Himiko back. For a moment, the entire ancient mountain of life was quiet. Due to the Sacred Sun Emperor's array diagram and the Holy Spirit Stone token in Zhou Tong's hands, no one dared to make the slightest movement. Of course, Zhou Tong wouldn't directly attack these 2 people. First of all, doubt, he wasn't easy to deal with. He had the Great Emperor's remnant array and the Great Emperor's weapon. When the Great Emperor's weapon wasn't there, he was afraid that he would really have to waste a chance to use the Sacred Sun Emperor's array diagram to kill Dao Yi. As for Himiko, he was now a stranger to Zhou Tong. Maybe he also had some backup plan left by the Void Emperor here. Most importantly, the Void Emperor's coffin was in the Divine Realm. If he bullied the Void Emperor's son in front of the Void Emperor, what if he provoked the Void Emperor? Now, the best way was to use the Sacred Sun Emperor's array diagram as a deterrent to intimidate and delay them. At the same time, in the celestial venerable sea of reincarnation, Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram was in the sky. At the same time, 4 immortal swords hung in the 4 cardinal directions, each guarding a door. Chaos surged inside, killing intent soared into the sky. Sword chi was as boundless as the sea. Any trace of light was enough to kill a great saint. This was a forbidden zone for life. Only those with Great Emperor's weapons could enter. Otherwise, they would die. Boom! Inside the array, deafening rumbles continued. Sword rays tore the sky apart. The collision of the Great Emperor's weapons turned the entire void of the sea of reincarnation into a wretched land. If it wasn't for the array diagram's protection, the entire sea of reincarnation would have exploded. As time passed, the 4 immortal swords became unstable and almost fell. The appearance of the 4 Great Emperor's weapons almost broke the array. All the great saints were divided into 4 groups. They worked hard to obtain the 4 immortal swords and break Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram. However, just when everyone thought that victory was in their hands, suddenly, whoosh! The 9-colored deity with the Azure Monarch armament actually retreated in an instant. With the Azure Monarch armament, he turned into a stream of light and left the range of the formation diagram. Whoosh! As he left, he waved the Azure Lotus and swept out a ray of azure light to block the other 3 Great Emperor's weapons. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one thought that the mysterious person with the Azure Arch weapon would retreat when victory was in their hands. One had to know that the Great Emperor's weapons were enough to make everyone's eyes go red. They were right in front of them, within reach. Even if they could only obtain one of the immortal swords, it would be a huge gain. However, he retreated at the most critical moment. Most importantly, it was one thing for him to retreat, but in the end, he turned around and used the Azure Arch weapon to block their path of retreat. Chapter 5:13. What are you doing? The great sage of the Light Clan roared. Damn bastard, are you trying to kill us? The great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons was also angry. Without our help, no one can break the formation. Do you think you can take all the immortal swords by killing us? You'll die too. Golden King also roared. They really didn't think of this. They thought that everyone's purpose was the same, which was to break the formation and take the immortal swords. This was the greatest fortune, but this person had other ideas. Especially at this moment when victory was in their hands, they were in a dilemma because they had already gone deep into the center of the formation. You don't have to worry about this. Zhou Tong controlled the diamond carving's pronunciation. With one less monarch weapon, Lingbao Primogenitor's murderous formation stabilized. The 4 celestial swords vibrated as they hung on the 4 gates once again. Chaos churned, and the murderous aura surged. You'll die a horrible death. All the great sages of the different clans roared in the formation. But it was useless. Without the Azure Arch weapon, the formation gradually stabilized. All the cultivators who entered the sword formation, except for the supreme sages who wielded the ancient imperial weapons, were killed instantly. Even the Golden Jian, the Bell of 10,000 Dragons, and the Spirit Refining Gourd, which were the 3 ancient imperial weapons, couldn't hold on any longer. The great sages with the ancient imperial weapons could only rely on the power of the ancient imperial weapons to barely hold on. With the immortal slaying sword formation taking back the advantage, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Clang! Finally, the advantage accumulated by the immortal slaying sword formation reached a limit. The chaotic sword Qi rushed into the sky and directly slashed on the three ancient imperial weapons. In an instant, an earth-shattering light burst out, and the entire celestial samsara sea was rioting. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, the great sages with the ancient imperial weapons all exploded. Their bodies collapsed inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist. This scene was terrifying. Outside the sword formation, all the onlookers knew that this battle was about to end. The Qing Emperor weapon defected halfway, causing the three ancient imperial weapons to be unable to withstand the immortal slaying sword formation. Run! I must escape from here and never come back. Countless cultivators and sky prides had a mental breakdown. The scene in front of them was simply earth-shattering. Even the three ancient imperial weapons were defeated. What else could they do? However, there were even more cultivators who hated the person with the azure imperial weapon. If he hadn't betrayed them halfway, how could things have turned out like this? The cultivators from the royal families, in particular, were furious and filled with hatred. First, it was the overlord, and now it's this bastard. None of the people who wield the azure the arch weapon are good. If my father was still here, The Golden Maiden's face was cold. The Dragon Lady's face was also filled with murderous intent. Damn the monster race. How dare they lend a monarch weapon to someone like him? They're going against me. Wait until I've proven my Tao in the future. I'll kill all the monster race. Then, with a honglong sound, the myriad realms of the heavens trembled. Many stars above shattered, and there were also some that fell. The waves of the sea of bitterness rushed into the heavens, smashing into the depths of the cosmos. Chi, chi, chi. Green gold, yellow gold, and purple radiance flickered and instantly rushed out of the sea of bitterness. After losing control and facing the attack of the immortal slaying sword formation, the three monarch weapons awakened on their own and used their supreme power to escape. Among them, the two ancient imperial weapons, the Golden Jian and the 10,000 Dragon Bell, successfully tore through the void and escaped from Lingbao Tianzuan's sea of reincarnation. They entered the ancient star sector and disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. However, when it came to the smelting god pot, they weren't so lucky, because Zhou Tong's diamond carving moved again. The chaotic green lotus came across the sky and blocked the escape route of the smelting god pot. The two supreme treasures shone, and the entire sea of reincarnation was covered by an extremely terrifying light screen. In the sky above the sea of bitterness, the stars collapsed, and everything was destroyed. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what kind of collision happened between the smelting god pot and the azure imperial weapon, but the terrifying scene in the end was obvious to all. The stars were knocked down and smashed into the pitch-black sea. If it wasn't for the suppression of the immortal slaying sword formation not far away, the entire sea of reincarnation would have collapsed under this attack. What is this person doing? Everyone was puzzled. What was the person with the azure imperial weapon trying to do? Previously, many people found it hard to understand when he tricked the light race, Gold Clan, and nest of 10,000 dragons. That was purely harming others without benefiting himself. Now, he directly blocked the escape route of the smelting god pot. What was his purpose? Suddenly, someone seemed to have guessed and exclaimed, Could it be that he wants to suppress the monarch weapon? How is that possible? Suppress the monarch weapon? You can't humiliate the monarch weapon. If you want to suppress the smelting god pot, you have to give up the azure imperial weapon as well. Someone immediately retorted. Suppressing a monarch weapon was a very terrifying thing. There had to be a monarch weapon guarding there all the time. Otherwise, if they relaxed a little, the gods inside the monarch weapon would revive and rush out, and the world would definitely be turned upside down. In other words, if this person wanted to suppress the smelting god pot, at least one monarch weapon would have to be guarding there all the time. Boom! The gigantic green lotus expanded and took root in Lingbao Tianzuan's sea of bitterness. The Qing, the arch weapon, transformed into a living celestial lotus that propped up the universe. Its green leaves covered the sky and drowned the entire place. The lotus bloomed and directly swallowed the smelting god pot. Azure petals emitted a halo of light and suppressed the smelting god pot. Clang, 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 the smelting god pot shook violently. Azure and golden light surged, and thousands of rays of light shone. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape. At this moment, Zhou figure walked out of the void. It was one of his 3 pure Taoist bodies. He came to the azure imperial lotus and suppressed the mouth of the smelting god pot with a stone book. This stone book was also one of the supreme artifacts of the Holy Spirit that Tao Lord had sealed back then. It was of the same level as the Holy Spirit stone token. At the same time, the azure imperial lotus was also shrinking and suppressing the smelting god pot. This double suppression caused the smelting god pot to slowly calm down. The god fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be completely revived in the end. Overlord. It's really the Overlord. When everyone saw this, their eyes were wide open. This great enemy was actually in this place. The person who controlled the azure imperial weapon was also one of his people. Hello, everyone. Zhou put away the azure imperial weapon and greeted the other great sages not far away. Please remember that I, Zhou, am not a cat or a dog. Since the Light Tribe is relentless and has chased me all the way here, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou warned them one last time. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Damn madman! Someone was furious. This time, they had lost too many people. 7 or 8 great sages had fallen. And such a great loss was actually because of this bastard's revenge. He was taking revenge on the Light Tribe. But where did he go? Some people were shocked. They thought that Zhou was hiding somewhere and was preparing to use some secret method to harm them. No, we can't stay in this place anymore. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, we don't know when we will be killed by this black-hearted bastard again. When some people thought of this, their hearts trembled. Without any other thoughts, they wanted to leave this place immediately. That's right. This Overlord is too black-hearted. Damn it. Who gave him the title Overlord? This kind of domineering title doesn't suit him. He should be the black-hearted bastard in this universe. Someone was furious. He left. He might have already left this place. A great sage's eyes were gloomy. He used a secret technique to continuously deduce the scene when Zhou left just now. In the end, he confirmed that he was no longer in this space and had gone to another place. What did this mean? It meant that there might be other dangers in this place. Even the Overlord was afraid. Let's leave quickly. The other cultivators were also afraid and wanted to escape from the heavenly venerable's sea of reincarnation. Chapter 514. At the same time, on the ancient mountain of life on the divine opposite shore, I've suppressed the smelting god gourd, and Lingbao Tianzuan's sword formation is gradually withdrawing its murderous aura. It's time to leave this place. Zhou soon learned of his 3 Pure One's actions. He stopped Dao Yi here just to delay Great Emperor Dao Yan's golden armor. Zhou not only wanted the ancient tree of life, but also Lingbao Tianzuan's sword formation. If he let Dao Yi leave now, he would definitely return to the heavenly venerate sea of reincarnation to fight for Lingbao Tianzuan's killing sword in order to make up for the loss of the ancient tree of life. Even if Zhou was confident in his diamond carving, with one more emperor weapon, there were many variables. Therefore, he had to delay Dao Yi here. Similarly, he suppressed the smelting god gourd for the same reason. There were too many emperor weapons here. The golden Jian, the 10,000 dragons bell, the smelting god gourd, the Tao tribulation golden armor, and the azure the arch weapon. There were a total of 5 emperor weapons here. Even if Zhou removed the azure the arch weapon, once the Tao tribulation golden armor arrived, it would still be able to break Lingbao Tianzuan's formation. At this time, it was necessary to suppress an emperor weapon to ensure that Lingbao Tianzuan's killing formation would not be broken by others. Boom! At this moment, Zhou suddenly activated the Holy Spirit Stone token to open a passage in the void, breaking through the incomplete emperor formation set up by Dao Yi. Zhou Tong did not waste the time he spent delaying Dao Yi here. The emperor formation pattern in Dao Yi's hand was incomplete and flawed. While he was delaying Dao Yi, Zhou Tong had already secretly deduced the flaws in Dao Yi's emperor killing formation with a group secret. Now that he suddenly made a move, a hole appeared in Dao Yi's emperor killing formation, and Zhou Tong quietly left through this hole. Not good. Dao Yi wanted to stop him, but he had already lost the initiative and was too slow. Not only did Zhou Tong disappear in an instant, but even Himiko disappeared from Dao Yi's array. Himiko had long since known what kind of person Zhou Tong was. Back when he was in Big Dipper, he had tricked the various aristocratic families and holy lands. Hence, Himiko knew very well that Dao Egan was no match for him. Therefore, he had been secretly paying attention to Zhou Tong's movements. As long as Zhou Tong moved, it would definitely mean that he could leave. D*M in it. These two D*MNB* starts. Dao Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He had been planning for so long, but he hadn't gotten any results. Dao Yi's protector advised, "Your Highness, Jing Xian, even if we lose the ancient tree of life, we still have Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram and 4 killing swords. As long as we hurry over and cooperate with the God Refining Pot, Golden Truncheon, and 10,000 Dragon's Bell, we will definitely be able to break the array." This protector was used to seeing storms and waves, so he was very calm. He advised Dao Yi, who was already a little crazy. These words entered Dao Yi's ears like a god's voice, instantly waking him up. That's right, we still have Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram and killing swords. Since we lost the ancient tree of life, we will compensate with an emperor's sword. Buzz! At this moment, the divine array flew out from the void and floated above the divine territory. It slowly rotated with a majestic aura, as if it could shatter the heavens and myriad worlds. Chaotic mist floated up, and it was boundlessly terrifying. This array diagram actually returned so quickly. Could it be that the God Refining Pot, Golden Truncheon, and 10,000 Dragon's Bell were all defeated? Dao Yi was shocked. He finally saw an opportunity to make up for his losses, but it disappeared just like that. "Your Highness, let's leave quickly. The array diagram has been guarding the divine territory since ancient times. We can't stay here any longer." The Great Saint's protector reacted quickly. He immediately activated the golden battle armor and left with Dao Yi. Clang! They were extremely fast, almost activating the golden battle armor to the extreme. Like a sword ray, they directly cut through the void and fled the divine territory in a panic. After leaving the divine territory, Dao Yi and the protector stood in the sky together, looking at the ancient star on the divine territory with ugly expressions. "We failed. The 3 emperor weapons were defeated too quickly. Unless we regroup and unite those people, it's impossible to take down the divine territory." Dao Yi looked depressed, as if his essence, energy, and spirit had suffered a heavy blow. Years of painstaking effort had been wasted. It was equivalent to starting all over again. This was a huge blow to Dao Yi. The protector continued to explain, "Your Highness, Jing Xian, we lost the ancient tree of life. There's no chance to seize the array diagram in a short time, but we can still use the divine territory as a foundation. The god of the divine territory has fallen. Before a new god is born, we could take the opportunity to..." What? Boom! Before the protector finished speaking, on the ancient star on the divine territory, a short mountain and the ancient palace on it emitted extremely terrifying divine power at the same time. It was countless times more vast than the sea and the endless starry sky. It was the power of faith accumulated in the divine territory for so many years. Now that it had completely burst out, it immediately swept through the entire divine territory like stormy waves. A new god? How could it be born so quickly? Dao Yi's protector exclaimed. "It's useless. It seems that the tyrant body has already investigated a lot of things. He stole the position of the god of the divine territory." Dao Yi sighed. This divine territory is his. His ambition and courage are greater than we thought. Not only does he want the ancient tree of life, but he also wants the spiritual treasure sword array. He wants to seize the foundation of the entire divine territory. And I didn't expect him to have such a deep understanding of the power of faith. He can actually usurp the power of faith of the entire divine territory and ascend the throne to become the new god of the entire divine territory. The more Dao he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. However, there was no way to reverse the situation. Zhou Tong did things flawlessly. After the 3 pure Taoist bodies left, one of them returned to the Sea of Bitterness and suppressed the Qing, the archweapon. The other 2 Taoist bodies entered the most noble palace on the divine territory and used the power of faith to directly usurp the power of faith of the entire divine territory. This person has no foundation in the divine territory. If he usurps the power of faith like this, he will definitely suffer a backlash. The Tao Protector's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. It's not as if there aren't people in the divine region who covet the position of God. I'm afraid that this person has too many tricks up his sleeves and won't be able to deal with these challengers. That's right. He has challengers, and they will most likely appear in the next few days. Let's wait here for a while. Dao Yi's expression turned cold as he looked in the direction of the divine territory. The entire divine territory was now in a state of being swayed by the wind and rain. The power of faith was like a turbulent sea, surging endlessly. What if he manages to deal with the challengers? Dao Yi's protector asked. After being schemed against by Zhou Tong several times, the protector's confidence was now lacking. Even if he can really succeed, the power of faith of the divine territory has a lot of repercussions. There is still a way to deal with him. If this method fails, then we can only go back. It's also time to set foot on the strongest path that belongs to the emperor and the ancient prince. Dao Yi took a deep breath and completely calmed down the waves and emotions in his heart, regaining his calmness. To be able to adjust his mood in such a short time was enough to show how terrifying Dao Yi was. Chapter 5:15. At the same time, on the altar on the other side of the god's shore, Zhou Tong stood there quietly. His 3 Pure One's avatars had completely merged into one. The Azure, the archweapon, and the Holy Spiritual Stone Book were still in the sea of reincarnation, suppressing the smelting god gourd. Now, the only things he could use were the Sun Saint Emperor's Emperor array diagram, the broken Demon Emperor's ruler, Emperor Wu Shi's Heaven Essence Stone Tablet, and the Holy Spiritual Stone Token. Now is also Zhou Tong's weakest moment. In order to suppress the smelting god gourd, his biggest trump card, the Azure, the archweapon, was destroyed. At the same time, he also lost an alternative Tao attainment level treasure, the Holy Spiritual Stone Book. Next, it should be time to attack the Spiritual Treasure Array diagram. Zhou Tong looked in the direction of the ancient mountain of life. He used his 3 Pure Ones and his research on the power of faith to directly usurp the faith of the divine dominion and become a new god. His goal was very simple: to attack the Spiritual Treasure Array diagram. The 4 Emperor weapons could indeed break the fairy slaying sword formation, but they could only break it. They could not take the sword formation away as spoils of war. This was because the situation in the divine dominion was too complicated, especially with the 6-eared macaque, who had cultivated the Lingbao, Tianzuan's orthodox scripture. With the 6-eared macaque, once the sword formation was broken, the 6-eared macaque would take advantage of it. Even those people in the original book, after breaking the sword formation, only took away 2 Emperor swords. The rest of the array diagram and the other 2 Emperor swords broke through the sky and went somewhere unknown. Therefore, Zhou Tong thought for a while and knew that it was not feasible to fight the array diagram head-on. The best way was to integrate into the divine dominion and become a new god. The Spiritual Treasure Array diagram was actually a treasure of the divine dominion. Only the gods of the divine dominion could use it. Zhou Tong walked out of the altar at this moment. His body was wrapped in the power of faith as he walked toward the ancient mountain of life. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows flashed. The warlord bell vibrated slightly. The Lingbao Tianzuan pattern on the bell wall instantly lit up. Countless chanting sounds turned into bell waves that rippled toward the spiritual treasure arrayed diagram in the sky. 1. The moment the bell wave, which contained the orthodox Lingbao Tianzuan scripture, touched the array trembled slightly. Then it quieted down, shrank, and flew to Zhou Tong's side. At the same time, a brand emerged from the arrayed diagram and imprinted itself onto Zhou Tong's body. It can be considered as a preliminary acknowledgement of me. I can use it, but I can't take it away. Through this brand, Zhou Tong understood his current situation. Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram has always been in a state where it can be resurrected at any time. It's very troublesome. Zhou Tong was also somewhat speechless. Generally speaking, as long as the bloodline descendant of the great emperor who refined it back then disappeared, imperial weapons were actually very easy to control. Lingbao Tianzuan's bloodline descendant had disappeared long ago, which meant that this imperial weapon was actually ownerless. However, the key problem was that Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram could absorb the enormous power of faith from God's Permitha. It had always been in a state where it could be resurrected at any time, so it had its own means of doing things. This was not beneficial for Zhou Tong to control the array diagram. After receiving the acknowledgement of Lingbao Tianzuan's array diagram, Zhou Tong once again returned to the altar of the divine territory. He immediately announced that all the statues of faith in the entire divine territory would be changed to his own. The name of the god would be Zhou Tong. Boom! However, on the 7th day after Zhou Tong's statue was erected, not far from the altar, huge statues began to rumble and tremble violently. They were left behind by the previous gods who had passed away in meditation. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed something. Zhou Tong turned his head to look. He understood that this was a native challenger of the divine territory, shaking the foundation of the new god. At this moment, an old voice was transmitted over the entire divine territory. It said, "God is the supreme ruler of the divine territory. You are an outsider and definitely not the orthodox of the divine territory." As this voice was transmitted, the entire divine territory was shaken. Almost everyone revealed a look of horror. They did not expect that the new god had only been in power for a few days, and someone had already begun to challenge the majesty of the new god. Could it be that a new god was going to be born next? The entire divine territory was silent. There was no other sound. The entire world had lost its sound. It was as silent as death. However, on the other side, he also opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with deep worry. He said, "The battle of faith in the divine territory is about to begin again. The tyrant body's foundation is unstable. It's impossible for him to compete with the native people of the divine territory. However, I'm afraid that he will break through with force." The path protector on the side also fell silent. He did not dare to say anything. In fact, he was still inclined to believe that Zhou Tong had a higher chance of winning. This was because Zhou Tong was already a high-level supreme sage cultivator. With this kind of invincible physique and this kind of supreme youth who had cultivated to such a realm, no one could do anything to him except for a quasi-emperor. In the eyes of Dao, Yi, and the others, if it was just a battle of faith, Zhou Tong would definitely lose. However, they were afraid that Zhou Tong would directly use thunderous means to eliminate all his competitors. He had a lot of supreme, celestial weapons in his hands. On the other side, next to a huge coffin, Himiko also opened his eyes. He looked over at the altar with a trace of confusion between his brows. Do you really want to become the god of the divine territory? The power of faith here is poisonous. Do you really want to waste it like this? Why? In Himiko's view, Zhou Tong was a peerless genius who did not lose to his father. It was impossible for such a person not to see the flaw in the power of faith in the divine territory. Could it be for the sake of becoming a quasi-emperor? Himiko was shocked. Could it be that you've already seen your own path to becoming a quasi-emperor? The more Himiko thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Only a barrier like becoming a quasi-emperor could make Zhou Tong want to become the god of the divine territory at all costs. Under the close attention of the two great princes, Dao Yi and Himiko, another half a month passed. However, the situation in the divine territory was getting more and more tense. Anyone who lived in God's domain knew very well that the process of replacing an old god with a new god in any era was never smooth and steady. Instead, it would be accompanied by a reign of blood and endless slaughter. This was the most frightening thing of all. History had proven more than once that the replacement of the god position in the divine territory was an extremely bloody cycle. Everyone believed that in the following period of time, the entire divine territory would become a sea of blood and become hell. Everyone was in danger. During this period of time, the entire divine territory was much more deserted and quiet. The various commanders of the divine territory, as well as the countless divine army, and even the divine elders and guardians did not speak. They silently watched the development of the situation in the divine territory. He killed the old god and obtained the position unjustly. Moreover, he did not obtain the recognition of the divine map. Now that the new god has been born, everyone should worship him as soon as possible to avoid a future reckoning. Rumors spread throughout the divine territory, and all kinds of discussions were incessant. It was obvious that someone was adding fuel to the fire. There were even many large clans that had already toppled Zhou Tong's statue and secretly erected new statues one after another. The new statue was of a middle-aged god. He looked majestic and dignified, and his entire body emitted a sparkling light. Chapter 516. The ultimate god, Qingyu Tian, has descended to this world. Finally, the new god's name was spread. It was obvious that he was trying to usurp the throne. The entire divine realm was shaken. A new god named Qingyu Tian was born. His name spread to the world, and some families who wanted to profit from it began to worship him. Then, the news was leaked. Statues of gods were secretly distributed everywhere. Almost all the big families began to secretly build them, just in case. Many powerful families even began to worship Qingyu Tian's statue in shrines. The god general is dead. The ultimate god has descended to take his place. Qingyu Tian shall rise. Half a month later, the rebellion finally began. No one expected the new god's attack to be so fierce and direct. This new god, named Zhou Tong, had only been on the throne for less than 2 months, but he had already begun to openly usurp the throne. He even announced to the world that he wanted to reach the other side of the overgod realm. For a moment, the divine realm was in chaos. All the commanders, elders, saintesses, and palace masters were uneasy. They didn't know what to do. Boom! At this moment, the spirit treasure formation on the altar suddenly shone brightly. It directly left the altar and returned to the ancient mountain of life. The formation is neutral. It won't help either side, a divine elder said in surprise. As expected, I've only just gained its recognition. It hasn't been long. Plus, Qingyu Tian and the spirit treasure formation have some kind of connection. This isn't good. We have to completely cut off this connection. Seeing this, Zhou Tong's expression was extremely calm. This was because he had already guessed the spirit treasure formation's choice. He knew Qingyu Tian. In the original book, this person had usurped the old god's position. Moreover, his ancestor had always served the spirit treasure formation in the divine realm. He had even been the divine son of the divine realm and was about to take over the throne. Therefore, he had a natural connection with the spirit treasure formation. In the original book, because of the connection between the spirit treasure formation and Qingyu Tian, the spirit treasure formation was unwilling to make a move. Therefore, the old god lost the final battle for the throne. Boom! On this day, the person named Qingyu Tian finally appeared. He domineeringly ascended the altar and walked in front of Zhou Tong. This was a middle-aged man with extraordinary martial prowess. He was majestic and lofty, and he looked down upon the world with disdain. His eyes were deep, and his tall body had a frightening majesty. Back then, the old god usurped the orthodoxy of the divine realm. Now, an outsider like you has come. How can my divine realm be a place for you to act so impudently? I am Qingyu Tian. I will send you off and take back everything that belongs to my divine realm. Qingyu Tian shouted. His voice spread throughout the entire divine realm. It had a kind of vast majesty. Qingyu Tian was very calm because he had been preparing for this usurpation for countless years. He had long relied on the power of faith and cultivated to the peak of the great sage realm. Previously, because Old God was still there, he did not have the confidence to beat Old God, so he had been lying low. But now, the Old God was dead and replaced by a young man whose cultivation level was lower than his own. Naturally, he had nothing to worry about. Qingyu Tian, you finally appeared. I've actually been waiting for you. Zhou Tong looked at Qingyu Tian with a trace of a smile. He was very happy. He had finally met the big obstacle that had prevented him from taking control of the spiritual treasure array diagram. Qingyu Tian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have been caught off guard by Zhou Tong's words. He had thought of many things, but he had never thought that Zhou Tong would say such a thing. Traitor, I will kill you today and return peace to the divine realm. Qingyu Tian calmed his mind and shouted. He immediately attacked. His body shone from inside out. The light was bright and resplendent. He slammed his palm forward. It was earth-shattering. Boom! However, the moment Qingyu Tian attacked, a vast sea of lightning descended. Zhou Tong's lightning tribulation had come. When he was still in the heavenly venerate life spring and was tempered by Lingbao Tianzuan's killing intent, he had already reached the peak of the great sage realm. Originally, he should have gone through the tribulation long ago. However, Dao Yi's appearance made him see a new possibility, so he had been suppressing his own tribulation. The sea of lightning descended. In an instant, the entire ancient planet was in the midst of a storm. However, the spiritual treasure array diagram shone. The power of faith vibrated and stabilized the entire divine realm. On the other side, Qingyu Tian, who had usurped the throne, was in a bad situation. The moment the sea of lightning descended, he was severely injured by this extremely terrifying tribulation. You didn't go through the tribulation because you were waiting for me here? Qingyu Tian's face was pale. He was furious. He did not expect that after so many years of preparation, he would be defeated by the tribulation. No, I just want to kill you. Your lineage has a deep connection with the divine map. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult to control the divine map perfectly. I am too strong. If I had gone through the tribulation before, my tribulation would have frightened you and made you lose the courage to rebel. What would I do? Where would I find you then? Zhou Tong used the Thunder Emperor's technique to devour and refine the tribulation. He chatted leisurely with Qingyu Tian. At this moment, the situation was under control. Well, you know enough. You can go in peace. Zhou Tong tore through the void in an instant, appeared beside Qingyu Tian, and smashed down with his fist. Puff! With a flash of blood, Qingyu Tian turned into a rain of blood. His body and soul were destroyed. Zhou Tong did not look at him. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the heavenly lightning. He refined it and completely stabilized his great sage ninth heaven realm. It's over. Dao Yi sighed softly and shook his head. A heavenly tribulation destroyed everything. No matter how the challenger jumped, he could not escape death. The peak of the great sage realm. His cultivation speed is too fast. How can it be so fast? It doesn't make sense. According to the information we received, it hasn't even been 14 years since he entered the great sage realm. How did he achieve perfection so quickly? Dao Yi's protector also looked gloomy. He couldn't figure out how someone could cultivate so quickly. Heavenly tribulation to destroy the enemy. The peak of the great sage realm. Unimaginable cultivation speed. On the other side, Himiko saw the outcome of the battle for the god position and sighed. Back then, when the two of them were still at the second level of the immortal foundation realm, they were at the same level. But now he could only see his back. If he took another step forward, he might not even be able to see his back. At the same time, on the god's altar on the other side of the divine realm, Zhou Tong swallowed all the light of the heavenly tribulation. He sat quietly on the god's altar. His body emitted a brilliant light, like a purple sun. The god's altar was majestic. It was much taller than a towering mountain. He and the god's altar emitted an indestructible divine light. It was dazzling and looked down on the world. After reaching the peak of the great sage realm, Zhou Tong had reached a new peak. His body was sparkling and translucent, shining with immortal light. This was especially true for the blood in his body, which was even redder than before. When he had just become a great saint, only 1/10 of the purple blood in his body was scarlet red. Now, 50% of the blood in his body had transformed into true, flawless scarlet blood. Chapter 517. Flawless Crimson Blood. Half of the blood in my body has been permanently transformed into the true blood of the firmament. My power is even more powerful. Zhou Tong's body shook slightly, and the crimson blood all over his body emitted a sparkling light. Zhou Tong activated the true blood of the firmament to the extreme. It boiled in his body and overflowed a little. Vast magic power surged. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The entire divine realm seemed to be suppressed by a layer of heavy and domineering qi and blood. The entire world was completely silent, and no other sound was emitted. Oh, and in an instant, Dao, Yi, and Himiko's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This terrifying qi and blood was simply too shocking. Young, mighty body, peak great sage. How terrifying was all of this combined? A wisp of qi and blood fluctuation was enough to suppress a star region. Himiko and Dao Yi, the two great sage king princes, were suppressed by Zhou Tong's wisp of qi and blood fluctuation. The divine power in their bodies was obscure, and the qi and blood in their bodies were completely suppressed. As expected of the mighty body of a peak great sage, this kind of qi and blood is indeed domineering. Dao Yi's face was ugly. However, I'd like to see how you're going to survive the changes in the divine realm. Let's go. The protector next to Dao Yi shouted coldly. In the face of Zhou Tong's extremely domineering qi and blood, he did not want to stay at all. He could not wait to leave the divine realm. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would suffer from qi deviation. The mighty body of the firmament's qi and blood was too domineering. At the same time, on the other side, buzz! The imperial coffin next to Himiko shook slightly and emitted a circle of hazy ripples that covered a large area. Suddenly, Himiko felt much better. Zhou Tong's domineering qi and blood could no longer affect him at all. As expected of the mighty body, his qi and blood are much more domineering than before. Himiko sighed softly. I have to work harder too. With that, he immediately closed his eyes and began to meditate. Divine Realm. The entire Divine Realm was suppressed by Zhou Tong's extremely domineering aura. The families and cultivators who had supported Qingyu Tian were all in a constant state of panic, fearing that Zhou Tong would deal with them. Countless cultivators knelt before Zhou Tong's statue, confessing their sins and expressing their willingness to convert. God, God, God! Zhou Tong, Zhou Tong, Zhou Tong. At the same time, after a long period of silence, the entire divine realm burst into cheers. Countless people knelt before Zhou Tong's statue and shouted his name. This was especially true for the cultivators and clans who had defected to Qingyu Heaven. They were even crazier, as if they wanted to use their craziness to offset the guilt of their betrayal. The entire divine realm was chanting Zhou Tong's name like crazy. A steady stream of power of faith began to condense on Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the altar, but he could clearly feel everything that was happening in the entire divine realm. A huge amount of power of faith was pouring into him. However, Zhou Tong did not refine this power of faith. Instead, he stored it in his bell of domination. The bell of domination absorbed the power of faith and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bell of domination shone brightly with divine light, holy qi, and divine splendor. Strands of power gathered a huge amount of power of faith, making it appear even more sacred and immeasurable. The divine realm is indeed a place that specializes in the cultivation of power of faith. I didn't expect the power of faith to be so terrifying in an instant. Zhou Tong was also very shocked. The power of faith in the divine realm was so terrifying that only Mount Meru of the Big Dipper Western Desert could contend with it. Divine realm, divine city. Zhou Tong came to the palace belonging to God. He came to a place where scriptures were stored in the palace. This was the accumulation of the entire divine realm over millions of years. Ever since Lingbao Tianzuan passed away and the Dao palace of his body turned into the divine realm, this place had been very prosperous. Generations of talents came out in large numbers, and there was an endless number of great saints. What was even more shocking was that there were some other cultivators here besides the human-shaped cultivators. To be precise, they were not cultivators but weapons, pills, and even a simple eye or bone that had given birth to spiritual intelligence on a corpse. In God's domain, there are too many psychic phenomena. It is difficult for a sacred artifact to awaken in the outside world. However, here it is alive. Zhou Tong searched through the ancient records of God's domain for some of the mysteries of this place. The divine realm was really too mysterious. It had existed since ancient times and had accumulated an unimaginable amount of good fortune. Oh, the Void Emperor also came here in the past. He stayed here for a period of time when he was on the path of Tao affirmation. Great Emperor Eternal Universe also came here. He comprehended the forbidden domain on the fire continent of the Five Elements continent. Great Emperor Tao Yin came here before. That's right. Since Tao Yi is so familiar with this place, Great Emperor Tao Yin must have obtained great fortune here. I see. So the divine realm's immortal metal is Tao Tribulation Gold. Great Emperor Tao Yan's immortal robe was refined from here. I will also find a chance to go to the divine realm's treasury to take a look. What? A golden crow came here and took away a large piece of Tao Tribulation Gold? So the golden crow Great Emperor's bell was also refined from here. The ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain came here after his Tao affirmation and obtained a large piece of Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold here, apart from Tao Tribulation Gold. This place is actually rich in Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. Great Emperor Nuwa also came here. The ancient Tree of Life was left here by Great Emperor Nuwa. The Divine Realm City actually retains traces of Great Emperor Nuwa's enlightenment back then. Zhou Tong was very surprised. He didn't expect to see some traces of Great Emperor Nuwa here. She was the most mysterious and unfathomable Great Emperor. There were very few legends about her. She was an extremely ancient Great Emperor. The Divine Realm's history is impressive. Zhou Tong was very shocked. He found countless secrets here. Some secrets that couldn't be heard in the outside world could be found here. Just the number of great emperors and ancient emperors who had come here was unknown. The ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountains method of fusing his body with his Tao affirmation artifact might have been created by referring to the divine realm's environment. Great Emperor Nuwa had also left traces of enlightenment here. Even Emperor Wanlong, ancient Emperor Blood Phoenix, Void Emperor, Eternal Universe Great Emperor, Feather Great Emperor, Tao Yin Great Emperor, and many other great emperors had come here before or after their Tao affirmation. Apart from historical secrets, there are also secret scriptures. Zhou Tong's eyes swept across the scripture cave. There are thousands of scriptures here, and they're all the essence of the divine realm over the years. Zhou Tong roughly flipped through them. Although most of them were created by sages and sage kings, there were more than 300 scriptures created by great sages and more than 10 scriptures created by great emperors. The divine realm had a deep foundation. It was no wonder that no one had truly conquered the divine realm for countless years. Chapter 518. There are a lot of these scriptures, and some of them contain profound meanings. You can read them when you have nothing to do. Take it as an opportunity to broaden your knowledge. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. But what exactly does the divine territory want to do? Zhou Tong was also curious. The divine territory was a world filled with the power of faith. What it wanted to do was really strange. Maybe the real mystery is on the ancient tree of life. Zhou Tong looked at the ancient tree of life in the 10 heavenly rings. Maybe the real mystery of the divine territory would not be publicized, or at least not written in the scriptures in the scripture cave. However, some schemes and calculations would not be hidden from the ancient tree of life. This tree had been rooted here for a long time. Maybe it really knew something. With a thought, Zhou Tong aimed the reincarnation mirror at the ancient tree of life. With a slight shine, he immediately saw a figure. It was the previous god. He did not spend much time with the ancient tree of life. Zhou Tong easily finished reading the old god in the ancient tree of life's memories. So the previous old god also had some doubts about the existence of the divine territory. In order to find the answer, he flipped through the scriptures of the divine territory. However, he only vaguely came to a conclusion: immortal ascension? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. In the divine territory, where everyone was fighting for the god position, immortal ascension was actually mentioned. However, it was a pity that the previous god did not know much. All of his results were just guesses. Zhou Tong continued to look back and saw generations of gods in the divine territory. He also saw these gods' guesses about the existence of the divine territory. Some gods thought that the divine territory's special state was to nurture soldiers. Some gods thought that the divine territory's existence was to revive a certain important person. It might even be to revive Lingbao Tianzuan. There were also gods who thought that the divine territory's existence was an experiment for immortality. All kinds of viewpoints gathered in Zhou Tong's mind. Without exception, every god was very curious about the existence of the divine territory. Because the divine territory did not lack outsiders, there were many books in the scriptures that described the outside world. After continuously backtracking, Zhou Tong finally saw a heavyweight figure, Great Emperor Dao Yin. The immortal divine herb that the Dao Yin Great Emperor had with him was the ancient tree of life. He had obtained it from the divine realm and returned it to the divine realm before his death. The great emperor of Dao Yin mentioned that the divine realm had a spirit, and it might be Lingbao Tianzuan secretly guiding everything. The divine realm was a grand scheme, and when all the conditions were met, it would be the day that Lingbao Tianzuan revived and became an immortal. Lingbao Tianzuan resurrected and became an immortal? I think you're overthinking it. If the golden crow, the arch, hadn't used up the immortal foundation elixir in the heavenly soldier ancient star formed from Lingbao Tianzuan's head, it might really be possible. Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. Perhaps it was because the golden crow, the arch, had accidentally destroyed the possibility of Lingbao Tianzuan's rebirth. After continuously activating the reincarnation mirror dozens of times, Zhou Tong finally saw another heavyweight figure, Niuhua. It was a scene. Niuhua stood in the divine realm, sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree of life. Her clear eyes swept across the entire divine realm, reflecting the evolution of the entire divine realm in her heart. After a long time, Niuhua stood up and sighed. Lingbao Tianzuan is amazing. Mystic realm soul formation, one thought of all creatures, amazing immortality technique. Mystic realm soul formation, one thought of all creatures. Zhou Tong was shocked. Combined with Lingbao Tianzuan's sutra, he felt as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the divine realm. In the divine realm, those strange creatures that were born from various places were actually the divine consciousnesses of the various gods in Lingbao Tianzuan's Dao Palace. When Zhou Tong created the sutra of the Dao Palace's mystic realm, he felt as if there were millions of gods and demons in his body, and every god and demon was formed from the door of potential. It was just that he had shattered these gods and demons in the end and turned them into his soul thought. Meanwhile, Lingbao Tianzuan's sutra allowed the gods and demons in the Dao Palace to evolve to the extreme, eventually turning into millions of gods and demons. If he could make these millions of gods and demons unite into a single thought, perhaps Lingbao Tianzuan would have a chance of rebirth. So there is such an immortality technique. Let one's body transform into a world, and let the gods and demons in one's body evolve freely. Then, when they reach a certain limit, they will unite again and be reborn. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and felt that this immortality technique seemed to have embarked on the path of the great dream of eternity. Wasn't everything that the millions of gods and demons in his body experienced the experience of hundreds of generations in the great dream of eternity? However, this technique was even more difficult. It was even more difficult for the millions of gods and demons to unite into one. I'm afraid it's impossible to unite a million gods and demons without millions of years. Moreover, after such a long time, who knows what unforeseen events will happen? After sensing Lingbao Tianzuan's immortality technique, Zhou Tong shook his head. This kind of longevity technique was completely useless. To be precise, this immortality technique took too much time. Moreover, the process was uncontrollable. There was the possibility of it being destroyed at any time. The celestial slaying sword formation was not omnipotent. Once it encountered several emperor weapons at the same time, it would be finished. I'm afraid Lingbao Tianzuan made a mistake in his calculations when he was alive. Zhou Tong could not help but have some doubts in his heart. This mystic realm divine transformation, one thought of 10,000 spirits, is useless as an immortality technique. However, if it is reversed, it might have other uses. A vague idea appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. However, this idea was very vague and cannot be grasped. He could only helplessly shake his head and give up for the time being. After roughly flipping through the history of the divine realm, he directly left the sutra repository and went to the divine realm's treasury. As soon as he entered the treasury, he was immediately blinded by the dazzling light. The number of treasures here was simply unimaginable. The divine realm had been accumulating for tens of millions of years. Moreover, there were many things left behind by outside cultivators who accidentally entered the divine realm. The divine realm is overflowing with wealth. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. The treasures of the divine realm were indeed amazing. There were tens of thousands of sage weapons, hundreds of great sage weapons, and even some quasi-emperor weapons. Zhou Tong could even see that there were several sage weapons mixed with immortal gold. In particular, there were 3 quasi-emperor weapons. One was a giant hammer made of Tao Tribulation gold. The second was a 9-story pagoda made of crimson phoenix blood gold. The third was a Tao bell made of crimson phoenix blood gold. These 3 weapons were all heavy weapons. These immortal materials added up to more than 2 cubic meters. Moreover, they were quasi-emperor weapons. It could be said that their power was immeasurable. No wonder the previous old god did not have any immortal material weapons. It turns out that most of the immortal materials collected over the years were refined into quasi-emperor weapons by his predecessor, and the old god did not become a quasi-emperor. Naturally, he could not refine these immortal materials. Zhou Tong ridiculed in his heart. However, doing this will also be somewhat troublesome for me. The difficulty of refining the Tao patterns in a quasi-emperor weapon is not ordinary. At least, I can't do it now. Zhou Tong was also somewhat helpless. There were so many immortal materials in front of him, but he could not use them. However, he also saw that there were more than 200,000 kilograms of immortal materials not far away. Most of them were crimson phoenix blood gold and Tao Tribulation gold produced in the divine realm. There was even a small amount of black dragon pattern gold and levitation green gold brought in from the outside world. They should have been collected by the previous old god in the past 10 to 20,000 years. There was too little, and he did not have time to refine them. Chapter 519. Zhou Tong looked around. There were various divine minerals here. If combined with the ancient tree of life, he could make a furnace of 9 revolutions golden pill. Unfortunately, these people in the divine domain did not know the recipe for the 9 revolutions golden pill. Although they knew the recipe, They did not have the ability to make the 9 revolutions golden pill. None of the previous deities paid attention to the holy weapons here. Or rather, it should be said that none of them had any use for them. Now it's my lucky day. These holy weapons are also good materials for reversing the troop secret character. Zhou Tong directly emptied the treasury. Divine materials, divine weapons, and various materials for refining weapons and setting up formations. It could be said that the only thing missing here was the divine medicine. It was probably because the divine medicine had been used by the previous gods of the divine domain. After emptying the entire treasury, Zhou Tong returned to the palace once again. He looked at his 10 heavens divine ring. Now, the interior of the divine ring had undergone a drastic change. There was an additional ocean filled with murderous aura inside the divine ring. This was the immortal liquid that Zhou Tong had obtained from the Lingbao Tianzuan divine spring during the years when he tempered his body with the Lingbao Tianzuan's murderous aura. There's still an ocean of murderous aura that needs to be purified. However, if I extract all of this murderous aura, I might be able to make a killing weapon. This thought appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the ancient tree of life not far away. The ancient tree of life. It's a bit of a waste to just let it grow here. At least its mature essence should be harvested. It just so happens that the divine domain has a special method to harvest the ancient tree of life. It's a good opportunity to try it. Zhou Tong recalled what he had seen in the ancient tree of life's memories. He reached out and continuously engraved Tao patterns on the ancient tree of life. In the end, Zhou Tong casually pressed down and poured in a stream of divine power. The ancient tree of life suddenly burst out with brilliant green light as dazzling as the sun. A green ball of light appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. The ancient tree of life seemed to have been reborn and turned into a small sapling. Over the countless years, the God realm has already formed a perfect set of incantations for harvesting the essence of the ancient tree of life. With this method, it's equivalent to directly refining the essence of the ancient tree of life and then smoothly allowing the ancient tree of life to undergo nirvana and live a new life. Zhou Tong casually infused his will into the ancient tree of life. He took out a jade box and sealed the green essence of the tree of God, which was exuding boundless vitality inside. The second complete divine medicine fruit is in my hands, Zhou Tong said softly. The trivial matters are almost done. Next, it's time to prepare for the quasi-emperor and the 10th godly form. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and looked inside his sea of reincarnation. After advancing to the great sage realm, his 9th divine form, the 9 nether python, had also successfully taken shape. Now, after spending more than 10 years, it had finally completely merged into one. The 10th divine form is undoubtedly the divine striking stone. The reason why I haven't used the 7th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra is because of this 10th godly form. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and set up a restriction at the side. Then, he began to circulate the Divine Sovereign Sutra and activated the reincarnation mirror at the same time. Before cutting Tao, Zhou Tong's Divine Sovereign Sutra had 5 transformations. In order to merge the divine form into one, he gave these 5 transformations to the 9-leaf sword grass, Kuan Peng, Thunder Emperor, Qilin, and Immortal Phoenix. Later, when he became a saint, he used the 6th transformation, which represented cutting Tao. The Divine Sovereign Sutra was a very long process in the saint realm. Saints, saint kings, great sages, all of them added up to only 1 transformation. Ordinary saint-level divine silkworms and peak great sage divine silkworms actually had 7 transformations. Divine silkworms had 8 transformations to become quasi-emperors, 9 transformations to achieve Tao, and 10 transformations to reach the pinnacle of Tao, close to mortal immortals. At this moment, the Divine Striking Stone's precious technique, the Divine Sovereign Sutra, and the Reincarnation Mirror were all activated at the same time. The Reincarnation Immortal Light flashed. Buzz. Zhou Tong's body trembled, and he once again lost his memory. He came to a special place. It was a rocky beach surrounded by stones with special auras. One of the stones was very special. As if by instinct, it directly opened its mouth and bit on the stone beside it. With 2 crunches, the stone was swallowed. After swallowing this stone, a strange aura filled its entire body, causing its stone to become even denser and harder. It even faintly gained some strange abilities. Then, the foodie mode began. This special stone ate all kinds of strange stones. One after another fell into its mouth. Various kinds of special auras and substances were merged with this strange stone. Time flowed day by day. It continuously merged with the essence of all kinds of strange stones, and it became stronger and stronger. Gradually, powerful runes were born in its body, and they became more and more complex and profound. After a long time, Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged in the divine palace, finally opened his eyes again. Boom! At the same time, a blazing light flew out from his immortal foundation, cutting through the void and illuminating eternity. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Zhou Tong immediately closed his eyes, allowing his divine sense to change, illuminating mountains and rivers. He still didn't move for a long time, comprehending the special experience of the divine striking stone's precious technique fusion. After experiencing this life of the divine striking stone, his divine sense rose to another limit. The space between his eyebrows shone, as if there was an immortal divine lamp, releasing brilliant immortal splendor to its heart's content, illuminating the void. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread out from the space between his eyebrows. On his immortal foundation, it was as if a dormant great emperor was about to awaken, making people feel reverence. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The blazing light between his eyebrows gradually disappeared, and the great emperor that was about to awaken also settled down again. I'm still a little bit away. I almost broke through that barrier. Zhou Tong sighed. He was just a little bit away from the supreme great emperor realm, but this little bit was a natural moat. As expected, it's not so easy to break through to the great emperor realm. Zhou Tong was also clear that his foundation had not reached that level yet. At the very least, he was still a few checkpoints away from the great emperor realm. First, it was the scripture of the immortal foundation secret realm. This scripture was incomplete, and it was difficult to break through to the great emperor realm in the next 500 years. Second, it was to study the profoundness of the body in detail, allowing the profoundness of one's body to be displayed further, such as unearthing the runes and power in one's bloodline. After achieving these 2 points and integrating them, there was a possibility that they could be used to help one break through to the great emperor realm. The great sage to the great emperor realm is indeed very difficult, especially when I'm only over 90 years old. No, it should be 33 years old. Zhou Tong looked at the scratches on his sea of wheels. That's right, there were 33 scratches. Although his first attempt to break through to the great emperor realm failed, Zhou Tong was not depressed. Instead, he summarized the reasons for his failure and thought of ways to make up for it. Chapter 520. My primordial spirit has reached a critical point. What I lack is the comprehension and physical body of a quasi-emperor. Comprehension is hard to come by. I need scriptures and further explore the mysteries of the human body. The simplest point is the physical body. Zhou Tong's eyes turned and stared at a short mountain not far away. This was the sacred mountain of the divine realm, and also the place where the divine realm accumulated the power of faith for thousands of years. If the power of faith here was completely uncovered, it would not be inferior to Mount Meru. Since I can't achieve Tao quickly, I'll forge my golden body with karma fire and burn a quasi-emperor body. Zhou Tong thought of the secret technique in Shakyamuni scriptures. It was rumored that when Shakyamuni achieved Tao, he received the karma of all his believers and turned it into karma fire, burning a quasi-emperor body. Zhou Tong was now ready to follow this method and forge an invincible quasi-emperor body with karma fire. Previously, when he merged the divine form, the karma fire was only an aid and one of the catalysts for the merging of the divine form. It was not considered the orthodox karma fire forging golden body. However, this time, Zhou Tong was ready to use the orthodox karma fire forging golden body method to forge a quasi-emperor body. He descended on this short mountain and activated the secret technique of the divine realm. Suddenly, the entire divine realm trembled. At the same time, this short but majestic ancient mountain erupted with a blazing light that drowned Zhou Tong. His entire body was resplendent, as if a supreme god had descended to the world. Using the methods of the divine realm to stimulate the power of faith, this power of faith will not harm others. Instead, it will transform into a source of assistance. Zhou Tong felt the power of faith on his body, but the expected karmic fire did not appear. This was because Zhou Tong was using the most orthodox method of the power of faith in the divine realm, so this power would be used by him. But being used by me doesn't mean that the user won't commit suicide. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and slightly adapted to the feeling of using the power of faith. Then, he changed the spell in his hand slightly. Suddenly, the mind power that was as vast as an ocean covered the sky, and earth rumbled on the short mountain. This scene was terrifying, sacred, and vast. The whole world seemed to be about to be overturned. Using a secret technique to activate the power of faith to attack my own body, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Although the power of faith in the divine realm was massive, it was poisonous. It was not like the Amitabha Great Emperor's power of faith that was indestructible. This power of faith was the best fuel for karmic fire. Boom! At this moment, the entire divine realm seemed to have sunk under the pressure. It was a golden ocean as bright as the sun. The threads of telekinesis that filled the sky intertwined together, turning into an ocean of life. Zhou Tong was bleeding from the corners of his mouth. The power of faith that the divine realm had accumulated over countless years was pressing down on him. It was like the might of the heavens. It was as if the entire world was pressing down on him, breaking his bones and flesh. The power of faith accumulated in the deity domain for so many years is indeed terrifying. I have yet to draw out all the power of faith. Just this power alone is enough to rival an ordinary quasi-emperor. Zhou Tong was a little shocked. Under the pressure of this terrifying power of faith, his body cracked, and he almost couldn't bear it. But how can one not take some risks on the path of cultivation? Karmic fire, burn! Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He directly activated the power of faith and turned it into karmic fire. Boom! The power of faith that filled the sky turned into a terrifying golden light, instantly igniting Zhou Tong's body. In an instant, he turned into a human torch. He burned there, emitting terrifying light and heat, causing the void to surge violently. At his current level of cultivation, especially after so many years of refining the indestructible scripture, even space-time turbulence and void slashes couldn't do anything to Zhou Tong's body. However, at this moment, the power of faith that the divine realm had gathered over countless years and transformed into karmic fire was the most terrifying thing. Zhou Tong's blood boiled, and his body bloomed with boundless light. He silently activated the indestructible scripture, forcefully enduring the pain of being burned by the karmic fire, borrowing strength to resist this extremely terrifying karmic fire. And at the same time that he activated the indestructible scripture, his sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace for extremes, and dragon transformation secret realms all rumbled, releasing rumbling Tao sounds all over his body. However, all of this was futile. In the face of this karmic fire that was comparable to the divine power of a quasi-emperor, Zhou Tong's resistance seemed so futile. In the end, Zhou Tong couldn't help but howl. His body was ignited by the karmic fire. In the end, part of his flesh and blood dried up, and even turned into charcoal. Countless bones were exposed, burned until they had a metallic luster, and then turned black. What a terrifying thing this was. This kind of karmic fire was very strange. It wasn't the fire of the great Tao, and also couldn't be extinguished. It came from all life in the world, and was the will of all life. This wasn't an ordinary fire, but it carried judgment, and it carried the cruel suppression of all life in this world. To resist this fire was to resist all life in this world. The karmic fire of the divine domain carries extremely terrifying sin and karma, much more terrifying than when I used the karmic fire to smelt the only divine form. Moreover, there are too many impurities in this fire, and it even carries the power of everyone's emotions. It's a good opportunity to test the 6 desires mortal heart-tempering technique that I have mastered. And it's also a good opportunity to try to activate the profound meaning of the green gold of fairy tears. Zhou Tong understood that the power of faith in the divine domain originally carried the sin of the heavens and endless karma. This power of faith was originally a poisonous thing, so it could be easily restrained by the Emperor Sha in the original work. Now, after transforming into the karmic fire, its power was even stronger than other karmic fires. Forging the golden body with the karmic fire was really too difficult and too dangerous. Even Shakyamuni had a narrow escape from this body-tempering technique in the past. Zhou Tong even forcefully activated the karmic fire, and as a result, he immediately suffered such pain and was about to be burned to ashes. The raging fire rushed into the clouds, and Zhou Tong slowly calmed down the indestructible scripture and his own scriptures. He didn't continue to use any scriptures or secret techniques to resist, but used his own physical body, primordial spirit, faith, and spirit to resist. At most, he would use his mana to absorb the essence of life to recover. The karmic fire of the mortal world was the most terrifying tempering and also the best baptism. If he persevered, there would be great benefits. When all the sins in the world gathered together, it would become the karmic fire. Zhou Tong's action was equivalent to fighting against all life here, and with the endless will on his body, it would become his karmic fire, especially those emotions contained in it. They were crazily trying to make Zhou Tong sink into it, completely pollute his Tao heart, and make him fall towards the path of Tao. In this confrontation, Zhou Tong also understood life, faith, and emotions. Those were the faith, life, and emotions of countless lives. These were all a part of the karmic fire, and using this fire to temper his body was also tempering his primordial spirit and faith. During this period, the heart-tempering technique was also activated. With the power of faith and the emotions in the karmic fire as a guide, a mysterious halo was gradually born in the depths of his soul. The halo was like a sword of wisdom, and it cut off the ripples brought about by the emotions in the karmic fire. Chapter 5:21. The flames overflowed into the sky and burned through the void. This place was extremely terrifying. It was as if an eternal and indestructible furnace was suppressing this place, incinerating all evil in the world. In the end, Zhou Tong's power of faith was completely burned out. The flame was extinguished. Like a diamond in a field, Zhou Tong's entire body was charred black. However, there was still a part of his flesh that was shining. It was brilliant and dazzling, like an immortal lamp. He fiercely shook, and the charred flesh and ashes fell down. His withered body was revitalized, and purple clouds circulated all over his body. His body was reconstructed. Zhou Tong carefully sensed that his strength had increased slightly. During the process of recovery, Zhou Tong clearly saw that there seemed to be 1 or 2 ancient symbols shining in his flesh. Is this the power hidden in the bloodline? Is this also the origin of the human bloodline? Zhou Tong looked at the strands of light in his blood, as well as the almost invisible symbols, and vaguely understood. The brand of life in the blood, the most primitive symbols. Zhou Tong carefully observed and immediately noticed that 1 or 2 of the symbols seemed to be somewhat similar to the symbols of the 9-leaf sword grass and the 9 nether python of the 10 vicious 10. Could it be that when I was cultivating in the blood transformation realm, the imprint of the 10 vicious enter my body, so my bloodline was analyzed to be such a thing? Zhou Tong also had countless doubts in his heart. The quasi-emperor stage was a great secret. Even Zhou Tong had only vaguely sensed some things from the experiences of his predecessors, and then began to further cultivate and temper. Unearthing the great secrets of the bloodline is one of the keys to the quasi-emperor body. It's a pity that I only saw 1 or 2 runes during the karmic fire refinement. Zhou Tong silently tried to figure out the 2 runes. All of a sudden, he moved. He slowly lifted his hand, causing boundless god power to coalesce between his fingers. In the end, it transformed into a chain. 50% of it was violet, and the other 50% was bright red. It was like a divine chain of order. The moment this divine chain appeared, it was very illusory, but very quickly, runes filled in and constructed the divine chain, making it more real and condensed. Crash! Zhou Tong's hand trembled slightly, and the sound of divine chains could be heard. Divine power and runes condensed together, forming a real chain with a strange magical power. What powerful god sequence chains! I've only deciphered a sliver of the blood's mysteries, yet I've obtained such a technique. Zhou Tong carefully studied it, and his heart grew more and more pleasantly surprised. The more he studied it, the more he felt that it contained an unimaginable mystery. I'll meditate for a while first. When I'm almost done, I'll ignite the karmic fire again. Since I can't break through to the boundary emperor realm using ordinary methods, I'll use the most extreme method to burn it out. Zhou Tong silently comprehended. Time flew by. 20 years passed in a hurry. During this time, the entire god's domain was peaceful. There were no rebels in the god's domain, and it was thriving. Whether it was Himiko or Dao Yi, who he had met before, there were no traces of them. Moreover, over these years, there were no outsiders who came here. In the god's domain, the number of races was unimaginable. However, the god's domain was both a celestial land and a cage. These cultivators who were trapped in the trap of the power of faith could not leave this place. During these 20 years, Zhou Tong would ignite the power of faith once in a while, turning it into the karmic fire to burn his body and primordial spirit. Originally, only 50% of the blood in his body had been transformed into the crimson blood of firmament. However, after these 20 years of tempering his body, the true blood of firmament in his body was close to 60%. As for his primordial spirit, it was also becoming stronger and stronger under the burning of the karmic fire. It was crystal clear, like the purest crystal, and contained an unparalleled power. Especially in these 20 years, the scriptures of the immortal foundation secret realms had been created and almost perfected. In this way, the 5 secret realms had been completely connected in these 20 years. At the same time, Zhou Tong would spend some time traveling around the god's domain every year in addition to his cultivation. He would experience different sceneries and great Daos here, further expanding his horizons and filling his own Dao and skills. After 20 years of bitter cultivation, the body of a quasi-emperor is about to be formed. My primordial spirit has become even more crystal clear, and I have also succeeded in the mortal world heart refining technique. I have successfully activated the profound meaning of the green gold of the immortal tears. However, this kind of cultivation consumes a lot of energy. The power of faith in this god's domain almost made me burn more than half of it. With this kind of cultivation method, I can at most persist for another 10 years before the power of faith here will be completely burned out. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, sat cross-legged on the altar, and looked at the short mountain not far away. The originally holy and pure short mountain was now much dimmer. Only a part of the boundless, ocean-like golden power of faith was left. Even its color had deteriorated from gold to silver. This was the result of the great reduction of the power of faith and the decrease of its concentration. At the same time, Zhou Tong also looked at the spiritual treasure formation map not far away, and a sense of joy grew in his heart. The spiritual treasure formation map indeed relies on the power of faith in the God's domain to maintain a living state. Now that the power of faith has been consumed by me, the vitality of the formation map is much less than before. Moreover, these years, I have also been reversing the soldier secret character, constantly using the weapon essence to nurture the weapon spirit. In a few years, this formation map will be mine. It doesn't matter how much power of faith is consumed in the God's domain. Now let's carry out the final gamble, the physical body of an emperor. Zhou Tong slightly adjusted his state and directly entered the divine restriction. Then, in one breath, he released the remaining power of faith in the God's domain bit by bit and ignited it into endless hellfire. He was no longer prepared to slowly refine it. Instead, he used the most extreme method to refine the body of a quasi-emperor. Boom! There were billions of wisps of endless hellfire, and thousands of rays of silver light were dazzling. The power of faith accumulated in the God's domain for many years was released without restraint, gathering into hellfire and landing on Zhou Tong's body. It turned into the most resplendent divine light, illuminating the entire God's domain. The entire God's domain was intimidated by this divine might when he cultivated. A few cultivators with lower cultivation levels were even more terrified, continuously praying and worshiping every day, adding a bit more power to the hellfire. Zhou Tong sat on the divine altar, receiving the baptism of billions of hellfire. At the same time, his body was also undergoing a type of indescribable transformation. Zhou Tong's body was enveloped by the karmic fire. One moment, he would turn into a 9-leaf sword grass, then a true dragon, then an immortal phoenix, then a qilin. His body was constantly changing as the 10 beasts evolved from his body. They were ferocious and ruthless as they fought against the heaven and earth. Within his body, the divine chains of order rustled, releasing lawless sounds, reviving. One could vaguely see that there were a total of 10 types of runes and divine chains of order in his body. Among them, the 9-leaf sword grass, true dragon, immortal phoenix, qilin, kuin peng, lightning emperor, mantis, heavenly horn ant, and 9 netherworlds Ao's runes and divine chains of order were incomparably clear. Meanwhile, the last type of rune and divine chain of order, the divine striking stone, was a bit dim and lightless. Chapter 522. 9 is the limit. Although I have been promoting the advancement and transformation of the tyrant body all these years, it is still very difficult to break through 9 and reach 10. After many years of hard work, I can only make a shadow of the 10th divine form appear. Zhou Tong stared at the runes and divine chains of order that belonged to the divine striking stone in his body. The divine form of the tyrant body was integrated into the body's origin. In the past 20 years, Zhou Tong had used karmic fire to forge the golden body to forcefully manifest the profound meaning of his body's origin, thus mastering it bit by bit. However, the runes of the divine striking stone were illusory, which only meant that the 10th divine form had not been successfully cultivated. Even if he really advanced to the quasi-emperor realm in the future, he would not be able to manifest the 10th divine form. This time, I have to completely transform my physique and completely brand the divine, striking stone in my body. Zhou Tong controlled the karmic fire and focused on refining the runes and divine chains of the divine striking stone. At the same time, he also poured all his understanding of the divine striking stone's precious technique into it. Clang! It was like forging iron. Who knew how much power of faith and karmic fire was consumed? Finally, a bright and dazzling rune gradually appeared. The divine chains of order that belonged to the divine striking stone also appeared at this moment and became incomparably real. A drop of blood was refined from Zhou Tong's body. This drop of blood was a mixture of red and purple. The red color had already occupied more than 60%, close to 70%. The blood emitted an immortal divine luster, and a vast pressure spread out. The blood of a quasi-emperor. There was no doubt that this drop of blood that Zhou had repeatedly refined with the karmic fire and his own understanding of the divine striking stone's precious technique had broken through a limit and officially become the blood of a quasi-emperor. However, this was only the drop of blood in Zhou body. There are more than 10 million drops of blood in Zhou body. It's only one drop of blood, but even if I have to reforge it drop by drop, I will completely change my blood. Dong! The tyrant bell leisurely floated out from between Zhou eyebrows and directly took away the drop of quasi-emperor tyrant blood that had completely manifested the divine striking stone. At the same time, the karmic fire continued to burn, and his understanding of the great Tao continued to pour in. After the first experience, the second drop of blood was quickly refined and flew into the tyrant bell. Then, the third drop, the fourth drop, Zhou refined his blood while using the immortal phoenix treasure technique to recover. The trickling streams converged into a sea. For an entire month, the hellfire burned continuously. When the power of faith of blood in the entire divine realm and the karmic fire was extinguished, he had finally gathered enough blood for 2 sets of blood. 2 bodies of blood is enough. The final change. Zhou sat cross-legged on the divine altar. His entire body began to shine. Amidst the rumbling sounds, there was blood boiling. It was as if the sea was roaring, as if thunder was rumbling. It was world-shaking and intimidating. A strange and domineering fluctuation spread out, affecting the entire deity's domain. The entire deity's domain trembled, resonating with the circulation of Zhou scripture. Zhou indestructible body, which was close to that of a quasi-emperor, cracked open. Drops of red blood that was close to 40% purple flowed out. This was the unique blood of the tyrant body of the heavens. After the blood was expelled from his body, it gathered in a jade bottle. He was expelling the old blood in his body. At the same time, the red and purple blood in the tyrant bell surged like a waterfall and poured into Zhou body. It was a terrifying scene. At this moment, Zhou body almost exploded. His internal organs ruptured, and his bones were crushed and reassembled. The old blood in his body was expelled, and the new blood entered his body. It exuded a vast quasi-emperor aura that made it difficult for his flesh and bones to bear. In the end, Zhou had only forcefully refined the quasi-emperor blood in his body. His muscles, bones, and internal organs were still at the peak of the great sage realm and had not reached this level. At this moment, his final transformation had finally begun. His entire body began to glow. His old skin fell off, and some broken bones, broken flesh, and even internal organs were expelled from his body. This was an extremely cruel transformation. It began with the blood, and it was a complete rebirth. The entire process of rebirth lasted for half a month. The quasi-emperor blood that he had refined was greatly consumed. In the end, his bones, flesh, and blood all over his body repeatedly transformed during this process several times before he reached the standard of a quasi-emperor. When everything was completed, his flesh and blood bloomed with a brilliant luster. His white bones were sparkling and a strong body was formed, flowing with a precious light. A burst of emperor aura erupted from his body. This was the genuine aura of a quasi-emperor. However, had he really stepped into this realm? Zhou carefully sensed his body. After his entire body was reborn, his strength had indeed skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying realm. He was much stronger than the peak of the great sage realm. It was simply immeasurable. However, this transformation was only a transformation of the physical body. His primordial spirit and great Tao had not undergone a complete transformation. To be precise, it was only his physical body that had become a martial emperor. Even so, Zhou truly understood why quasi-emperors were high above and could crush all cultivators. This was because with his current physical body, he did not need to attack at all. He only needed to release the chi of his physical body slightly, and it was enough to make a great sage tremble and his physical body collapse. The physical body of an emperor is the absolute ruler of the mortal realm. It is high above and suppresses all living things. Zhou Tong felt more and more emotional as he carefully comprehended his current state. Although it was only his physical body, he felt that he could destroy a star domain with a raise of his hand. He could refine the sun, moon, and stars with a wave of his hand. A murderous intent in his heart could kill a group of saints. This kind of explosive increase in strength made Zhou Tong's heart undulate up and down, his heart surging with emotions. No wonder the Quasi-Emperor stage and the Great Sage stage are like heaven and earth. I'm only a physical martial emperor, but I'm already so terrifying. Zhou Tong said softly. Although it was only a difference of one realm, it was indeed a difference of heaven and earth. Close to 70% of the firmament's true blood. It's getting harder and harder to transform the firmament's true blood. Zhou Tong also felt a little emotional. At the Great Sage stage, he could refine 50% of the firmament's true blood. However, at the Great Sage stage to the Quasi-Emperor stage, it only made the proportion of true blood close to 70%. If I'm not wrong, when I completely enter the Quasi-Emperor stage, the firmament's true blood should officially reach 70%. After that, in the Quasi-Emperor stage, every 3 heavenly layers will give me 10% more true blood. At the 9th heavenly layer, the true blood will reach 100% perfection. 100% true blood was the limit. The closer it was to this limit, the more difficult it was. The entire Quasi-Emperor stage could only increase one's true blood by 30%. However, the last 30% transformation was the difference between heaven and earth. It was like an exam. It was very easy to get from 0 to 50 points. From 50 to 70 points, the difficulty increased by more than one level. From 70 to 100 points, the difficulty increased even more. That's right, the 10th divine form. Zhou Tong immediately reacted and looked inside his body. Indeed, the illusory image of a stone appeared. That was Zhou Tong's 10th divine form, the divine striking stone. He had not completely advanced to the Quasi-Emperor stage, so his divine form was illusory. However, no matter how illusory it was still a divine form. As long as he entered the Quasi-Emperor stage, he would definitely be able to make it appear. Chapter 523. The 10th godly form has finally appeared. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He recalled all his efforts on the path of the godly form. First, he borrowed the power of Ji Haoyue, Yaoguang Saintis, and Hua Yunfei to force the second godly form to appear in advance. Then, he used the indestructible heaven art to refine the origin of the heavenly dragon and let the true dragon form appear in advance. Then, he used the reincarnation mirror and the divine Emperor Sutra to let the other godly forms appear in advance. From evolution of the physique of the indestructible heaven art, to the next evolution of the indestructible scripture, and then to the ability of the divine Emperor Sutra and the reincarnation mirror to further comprehend the great Tao of the 10 beasts corresponding to the godly form. After so much effort, he only managed to produce the 10th godly form in the end. Until this year, he used the power of faith from the divine realm to turn it into fire and repeatedly tempered it before he finally succeeded. Looking at the 10th godly form again, all his efforts were worth it. However, there is no heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong looked at the sky. There was no heavenly tribulation descending. That's right, I haven't completely broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level. It's different from the situation of Yi Fan in the original work. Zhou Tong said in his heart. The reason why Yi Fan in the original work had a heavenly tribulation when his physical body became an emperor was because he had already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level. However, his body was sealed by the great Tao of many great emperors. Therefore, every time he broke through a little seal, he would be able to pass the tribulation. As for Zhou Tong, he had only forcefully created a quasi-emperor physical body with the fire of karma. His primordial spirit and great Tao had not crossed the threshold yet. The 10th godly form has appeared. Next is the fusion of the 10 great godly forms into one. Zhou Tong once again used the talent of the tyrant body to strip the godly form. He stripped his 9 combined godly forms and the newly born divine striking stone's godly form and threw them into his reincarnation sea, using the characteristics of his reincarnation sea to carry out the final fusion. The godly form and physical body have reached the standard. Next, to the quasi-emperor level, only the great Tao and primordial spirit are left. Zhou Tong said in his heart. The primordial spirit was easy. Previously, because of the Divine Sovereign Sutra and the Reincarnation Mirror, he had reincarnated the divine striking stone. This caused his primordial spirit to be only a sliver away from a complete transformation. And this last bit of stimulation was going to fall on his own great Tao. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before he started to ponder and comprehend the improvement of his grand Tao. Zhou Tong's Tao was the battle immortal, the scripture, the ultimate forbidden domain. Now, the godly forms were fusing together, and the scriptures of the 5 great mystery realms had been completed. All that was left was the final forbidden realm. However, this was the most troublesome part of the combat immortal path. Combat was the best resource to advance on the combat immortal path. If he just meditated here, he might not be able to perfect his forbidden domain even after 100 years. Back then, the embryonic form of the forbidden domain was comprehended in battle. I need to fight, Zhou Tong thought to himself. But at his current level of cultivation, who else in the universe could be his match? The golden era in this universe had only just begun, but he had almost reached the end, leading all the geniuses in this world by 400 to 500 years. Under such circumstances, how could there be enough opponents for him? How many of the older generation could cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm? And it just so happened to be the kind of first heaven or second heaven quasi-emperor. And the younger generation had not yet grown up. It's hard to find an opponent. Zhou Tong kept thinking of a way to break out of this situation. If he wanted to advance quickly, he definitely needed an opponent. Heavenly Emperor Huang was like this, Yi Fan in the original work was like this, and Yi Fan's son was also like this. Zhou Tong walked the combat immortal path, which was even more so. If there are no opponents, then I'll create my own. Zhou Tong pondered for a while before he finally came to a decision. But before that, Zhou Tong looked at the spiritual treasure array diagram not far away. The power of faith had been completely consumed by Zhou Tong, and this array diagram had quieted down. The god had fallen into a state of deep sleep, and it was impossible to wake it up unless something unexpected happened. Sacrifice. Zhou Tong directly took out more than 100 sacred weapons and activated the secret technique. All the sacred weapons burned together, releasing immortal essence and divine patterns of the great Tao. In the end, all of this was sacrificed to the spiritual treasure array diagram. More than 100 rays of light shone on the spiritual treasure array diagram, causing the array diagram to emit an aura that suppressed the heavens. At the same time, the warlord bell in between Zhou Tong's eyebrows also vibrated, revealing the contents of the spiritual treasure sutra. The god was in a deep sleep, so naturally, the array diagram had lost its own will. In addition, at this moment, the reverse troop secret technique was used to control the weapons. This array diagram obediently listened to Zhou Tong's command, turning into a picture scroll and falling into Zhou Tong's hands. Now that I have the spiritual treasure array diagram, next is the 4 immortal slaying swords. Zhou Tong did not stop at all. He directly tore open the void with his physical body and returned to the Celestial Master's Sea of Reincarnation. After returning to the Celestial Master's Sea of Reincarnation, Zhou Tong could not help but be shocked. He did not expect that in just over 20 years, so many people had gathered in the Celestial Master's Sea of Reincarnation. Not only the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Golden Cave, and the Light Race, there are also cultivators from other races. Oh, even the people from the Blood Phoenix Mountain are here. So many people suddenly gathered here. I'm afraid it's Dao Yi's doing again. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. Dao Yi really did not give up on the divine realm. After failing once, he actually prepared a second wave of attack. They're most likely here for me. Zhou Tong also figured out Dao Yi's thoughts. Dao Yi no longer had much hope for the creation of the divine realm. However, Dao Yi did not care about these creations now. He had been defeated by Zhou Tong repeatedly. Zhou Tong had already become his inner demon. Therefore, this battle in the divine realm was definitely Dao Yi's way of getting rid of his inner demon. Moreover, Dao Yi most likely came with the intention of destroying the divine realm. However, destroying the divine realm. Dao Yi, why are you courting death? The divine realm is under my protection now. Moreover, if you can't break the immortal slaying sword formation, everything will be meaningless. Right now, there are only 2 emperor weapons, the 10,000 Dragon Bell and the Golden Jian. Including the Golden Calamity Armor and the Phoenix Wing Golden Drum, there are only 4 emperor weapons. Moreover, with the Holy Spirit Stone token and the Azure Emperor weapon in my hands, if Dao Yi wants to have a chance of winning, he will need at least 1 or 2 more emperor weapons, or find a boundary emperor. I want to see how big of a surprise you can give me, Dao Yi. I'll take away the 4 immortal slaying swords first. Zhou Tong's target was very clear. It was Lingbao Tianzuan's 4 killing swords. After returning to Lingbao Tianzuan's life spring, he saw the 4 killing swords again. Zhou Tong slightly released the aura of the spiritual treasure formation. Instantly, the 4 killing swords trembled slightly and fell into Zhou Tong's hands at the same time. The 4 killing swords were led by the formation. Since the formation had been subdued, the 4 killing swords naturally did not resist too much. Once the killing swords entered his body, Zhou Tong immediately burned hundreds of holy weapons, offering their essence to the killing swords. Very quickly, the killing swords became closer to him. Chapter 5:24. However, the situation in the divine territory is complicated now. If there really are 4 or 5 emperor weapons and a boundary emperor really comes, I'll probably be in trouble. I'm afraid the 2 chances of the Sacred Sun Emperor's formation diagram will be completely used up. I need to upgrade my backup plan. Zhou Tong thought for a while and took out the diamond carving. The diamond carving had a simple color, but upon closer inspection, it contained the colors of 9 types of immortal gold. Now, I've only awakened 7 types of immortal gold. Divine Mark Purple Gold, Eternal Blue Gold, Dao Calamity Gold, Feather Green Gold, Black Dragon Pattern Gold, Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold, and Green Gold of Fairy Tears. I'm still missing the Light Platinum Gold and the Fate Orange Gold. The Fate Orange Gold's profound meaning is about there. Zhou Tong looked at the Fate Orange Gold in his 10 heavenly rings. Ever since the Fate Orange Gold fell into his hands, it had been slowly awakening its immortal gold's profound meaning. Therefore, Zhou Tong had not smelted this piece of immortal gold into his domineering bell all this time. He wanted to see the profound meaning of the Fate Orange Gold before smelting it. Under the influence of this piece of Fate Orange Gold, the diamond carving's profound meaning was also slowly awakening. Moreover, the Dao patterns of my diamond carving are a little too messy. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. When he had first refined the diamond carving, he had only wanted to have an extra Dao protector weapon. Moreover, when he had refined it, he had also fused the profound meaning of the 10 ferocious beasts into it. However, there had been a change, and that was the awakening of the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold profound meaning, pushing this weapon to the level of a great sage weapon. This made the profound meaning of the 10 ferocious beasts that Zhou Tong had fused into it a little awkward. Although the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold and Immortal Phoenix, Black Dragon Pattern Gold and True Dragon could be perfectly matched, the other Immortal Gold and 10 ferocious beast techniques could not be matched in such a way. Only the Dao Calamity Gold and the Thunder Emperor technique could be considered barely matched. After extracting the profound meaning of the 10 ferocious beasts, this diamond carving will evolve with the purest immortal gold's profound meaning. As for the profundities of the 10 ferocious beasts, I'll refine some items as gifts to give to others." Zhou Tong's heart stirred. Immediately, some immortal materials appeared. There was divine mark violet gold, chaos earth, immortal tear green gold, eternal blue gold, and so on. There were many things, but not many. These celestial materials added up to no more than 20,000 kilograms. To the current Zhou Tong, it was completely a drop in the ocean. Following Zhou Tong's Tao fire, these immortal materials quickly turned into some artifacts. There were longevity locks, short swords, golden hairpins, and so on. Most of them were ornaments. Clang! As soon as these objects appeared, they began to resonate with the diamond carving. Immediately afterwards, streaks of profound meaning belonging to nine-leaf sword grass, Kuan Peng, Qilin, lightning emperor, divine striking stone, nine netherworlds Ao, mantis, and heavenly horned ant were separated from the nine-colored immortal gold diamond carving. Then, they merged into those artifacts bit by bit. The nine-leaf sword grasses symbols merged into the eternal blue-gold hairpin. The Qilin symbols merged into the eternal blue-gold longevity lock. The Kuan Peng's symbols merged into a feather green-gold pendant. The lightning emperor's symbols merged into the Tao calamity golden hairpin. The divine striking stone merged into an earring pendant refined from chaotic earth. The nine netherworlds Ao's symbols merged into the chaotic earth short sword. The mantis's symbols merged into a divine mark violet gold bracelet, and the heavenly horned ant's symbols merged into a mysterious yellow armguard. One could see that these 8 artifacts were becoming stronger bit by bit. In the end, they all produced deities and turned into holy weapons. Meanwhile, the radiance on the 9-colored immortal gold diamond carving's body became purer and brighter. Fortunately, the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10 that Zhou Tong inserted into the diamond carving weren't that many. It only took him half a month to completely extract them. After extracting the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10, the 9-colored immortal gold diamond carving was like a pearl that had been wiped clean of dust. It released brilliant immortal light, and even vaguely emitted a kind of Emperor Qi fluctuation. This was especially true inside. The deities that were originally scattered into 10 also merged back into one, turning into a humanoid deity that looked exactly the same as Zhou Tong, emitting 9-colored immortal light. For the 9-color diamond carving, which mainly focuses on the profound mysteries of the immortal gold, the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10 can only be considered shackles. Now that I've extracted the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10, I've finally reached a standard for advancing to the quasi-emperor level. Now it's time for the second problem. Looking at the diamond carving that was emitting a different kind of radiance, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. After extracting the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10, the diamond carving became even purer, finally barely reaching a standard for advancing. There were actually 2 big reasons why the diamond carving had not advanced to the quasi-emperor level all this time. First, the Tao patterns inside the diamond carving were too messy. There were both profound mysteries of the immortal gold and the profound mysteries of the Vicious 10. Second, the diamond carving had taken a different path. That was the path of immortal ascension, where the profound mysteries of the 9 immortal gold were combined into one. In fact, in the beginning, all the awakened profound mysteries of the immortal gold had been combined together, but the speed of the fusion was still relatively slow. In addition, the profound mysteries of the destiny orange gold and light platinum gold had not been awakened, so the fusion was incomplete from the beginning. This severely limited the advancement of the diamond carving. Actually, after so many years, I've also thought of a solution. Zhou Tong looked at the diamond carving and thought to himself, every profound mystery of the immortal gold was actually a great emperor-level Tao fruit. In fact, according to the 9 lifetimes immortal ascension of the heaven shrouding technique, this was also the orthodox immortal ascension technique. One profound mystery of the immortal gold was a great emperor. Every time one of them was combined, it was equivalent to living another lifetime. 9 profound mysteries meant 9 lifetimes, Moreover, the fusion of the profound mysteries of the immortal gold was not only similar to the 9 lifetimes immortal ascension technique, but also to the cultivation of the Divine Emperor Sutra. The cultivation of the Divine Emperor Sutra was the process of the 9 transformations of the Divine Silkworm. Each transformation was a brand new lifetime, and there were a total of 9 lifetimes. The final 10th lifetime was the complete integration of the previous 9 lifetimes. This process was extremely similar to the fusion of the 9 profound mysteries of the immortal gold. The Divine Emperor Sutra. This is the solution I've thought of. At the same time, he looked at the diamond carving again. This time, he focused on the Destiny Orange Gold and Light Platinum Gold. The profound mysteries of the Destiny Orange Gold are slowly awakening. As for when they'll awaken, it's only a matter of time. The key is the Light Platinum Gold. Perhaps cultivating the Divine Emperor Sutra can help me solve this last problem? Zhou Tong couldn't help but think of the Divine Emperor Sutra again. If he changed the cultivation of the Divine Emperor Sutra and only kept the essence of it, then the god of the diamond carving would experience one of the 9 profound mysteries of the immortal gold in every lifetime. Perhaps when he reincarnated to the Light Platinum Gold, he could naturally awaken the profound mysteries of the Light Platinum Gold. Especially when he cultivated to the 10th lifetime, he might be able to smoothly combine the 9 profound mysteries of the immortal gold into one. However, doing so was equivalent to completely deleting the content of the Divine Emperor Sutra, leaving only the core of the reincarnation of the Divine Emperor Sutra. Then, he would completely delete the sutra to make it suitable for a weapon like the diamond carving. And if he could really do this, he might be able to open up a path that belonged to weapons in the future. This was equivalent to opening up an unprecedented path for many weapons. In the future, it might even be similar to the Demon Emperor Sutra, which allowed weapons to cultivate, refine, and evolve on their own, and finally turn ordinary iron into immortal gold. This was definitely beyond the scope of Zhou Tong's current ability. To be able to modify the cultivation content of the Divine Emperor Sutra, this was something that could only be done after at least confirming one's Tao. However, if he only touched the core of the reincarnation of the Divine Emperor Sutra, coupled with the special ability of the Reincarnation Mirror, it was possible to directly achieve this, and the possibility was also very high. Zhou Tong himself wasn't a member of the Divine Silkworm clan. He cultivated the Divine Emperor Sutra, and the cultivation process was very simple with the help of the Reincarnation Mirror. It was even easier than the cultivation of the Divine Silkworm clan. Chapter 5:25. This thing is worth a try. Diamond Carving's first reincarnation cycle will start with the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. Zhou Tong was very decisive and directly ordered Diamond Carving to try to cultivate the Divine Emperor Sutra. However, this attempt was of course unsuccessful because Diamond Carving's life form was completely different from ordinary life forms. However, when Zhou Tong aimed the Reincarnation Mirror at Diamond Carving and shot out a ray of reincarnation light, suddenly, buzz! The originally 9-color diamond carving instantly underwent an earth-shattering change. The red light that belonged to the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold rapidly began to corrode the entire diamond carving. In just an instant, the entire diamond carving directly turned crimson, sparkling and dazzling like a ruby. Divine Phoenix patterns could vaguely be seen imprinted on it, mysterious and magnificent. The entire diamond carving withdrew the luster of the other 8 types of immortal gold, leaving only the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. It looked like it was refined from a single piece of Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold without any impurities. At the same time, the aura of the immortal phoenix and the runes of the Great Tao began to spread rapidly, eventually spreading directly to the entire diamond carving. In the end, countless runes formed divine chains of order that intertwined on the surface of the diamond carving, forming an immortal phoenix with its wings spread. It flapped its wings and flew swiftly, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying emperor's might. In particular, the deity within also underwent a transformation, from a humanoid creature that looked exactly like Zhou Tong to a brilliant crimson immortal phoenix in one fell swoop. The reincarnation mirror never disappoints. Zhou Tong chuckled. Go, you've been stuck at the peak of the great saint for so long. It's time to take a step further. For the time being, you'll be a seventh heaven quasi-emperor. Zhou Tong casually tossed the diamond carving casually. It immediately tore through the void and completely disappeared from the divine realm. The quasi-emperor stage was no small matter. If diamond carving wanted to reach this stage, it would also have to undergo a tribulation. As for the seventh heaven quasi-emperor stage, this was also the limit that Zhou Tong could reach at the moment after careful consideration. The great tribulation of a quasi-emperor was no small matter, especially for high-level quasi-emperors. The fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation were even more terrifying. It was normal for a quasi-emperor heavenly tribulation of the seventh heaven. But once the heavenly tribulation reached the eighth heaven, it would definitely awaken some of the dark sovereigns in the forbidden zone and attract their attention. When it came to the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, apart from a few supremes who were in the deepest slumber, everyone else would wake up. Even supremes would take action. Therefore, the 7th stage, heavenly tribulation, was the best at this stage. It was neither too high nor too low, stuck at the current limit. Since he had the strength to solve most problems, he also wouldn't attract the attention of the Forbidden Zone's dark sovereigns, because he was too strong. After all, at this stage, Zhou Tong didn't want to attract too much attention from the Zhizun of the Forbidden Land. In the universe, clang! The diamond carving turned into a beam of crimson immortal light, streaking across the starry sky and arriving at the edge of the universe. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly descended from the clear sky. A huge bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, breaking the peace of the mortal world and shaking the vast universe. The few races near the edge of the universe were shocked. One of the great saints flew out of the source of life and looked at the edge of the universe. A surging pressure suddenly descended, causing him to tremble all over. Quasi-emperor, a quasi-emperor tribulation. Who's transcending the tribulation? This great saint was inexplicably shocked. In the current universe, emperors had always been just a legend. Even the rumors of quasi-emperors were just groundless rumors. But now, a true quasi-emperor tribulation had descended in front of him. This great saint was a little doubtful of life. The huge bolt of lightning struck down. The terrifying light illuminated this great saint's face, causing his body to tremble violently and involuntarily retreat. Even though they were separated by a galaxy, it still caused him to tremble all over. Rumble! The huge bolt of lightning was like an immortal light, illuminating the dark and cold universe. The vast and boundless starry sky was trembling. After transcending the 7 levels of heavenly tribulation, the vast lightning was like an immortal domain suppressing down. It was incomparably terrifying. And in the endless sea of lightning, the scarlet immortal light of the diamond carving shone brightly. It was resurrected, and the god within it appeared. The immortal phoenix spread its wings and bathed in the lightning tribulation. And inside the diamond carving's ring, a black hole evolved, devouring the heavenly tribulation to its heart's content. For a moment, the diamond carving became even more mysterious. The lightning turned into light and intertwined with the diamond carving, emitting brilliant scarlet immortal light. Vast fluctuations of life appeared. In the heavenly tribulation, all kinds of weapons appeared, especially toward the end. The imprints of the desolate tower, the immortal bell, and the immortal cauldron appeared. Countless rune imprints of weapons imprinted on the diamond carving's body, causing it to advance one step further and enter the supreme realm. This heavenly tribulation lasted for a long time. Finally, the heavens and earth calmed down, and the lightning tribulation dissipated, leaving only an immortal phoenix flying in the universe, emitting scarlet divine light. The diamond carving successfully transcended the tribulation, and the immortal phoenix god gradually faded. Accompanied by the heavenly sound of the great Tao, it was as if a yellow bell was ringing loudly, enlightening the deaf. Finally, the figure dissipated, and everything turned into a simple and unadorned diamond carving. The endless energy and life essence in the universe were absorbed by the diamond carving. In the end, the entire galaxy seemed to have turned into a black hole. At the same time, in the celestial venerates sea of reincarnation, Taoist flames burned, and runes condensed in Zhou Tong's palm, imprinting themselves on the 8 weapons made of immortal materials. In just half a month, the quality of these 8 weapons had also improved rapidly. They were quickly upgraded from sage weapons to sage ruler weapons and great sage weapons. Clang! And just as these 8 weapons were upgraded to great sage weapons, there was a sudden flash of scarlet divine light. The diamond carving cut through the void and descended beside Zhou Tong. Oh, in half a month, I have indeed successfully transcended the tribulation and returned. Zhou Tong waved his hand and put away the 8 weapons. Then he held the scarlet diamond carving and quietly felt the great Tao within. The diamond carving was spiritually connected to Zhou Tong, and the great Tao within was naturally exposed to Zhou Tong's eyes without reservation. Is this the quasi-emperor level profound meaning of the immortal gold profound meaning? At this moment, Zhou Tong sensed. The inside of the diamond carving was completely dazzling with divine light. It was scarlet red, and it was as if there was no aura of other immortal gold metals at all. Only the aura of the scarlet phoenix blood was left. Several divine chains of order crisscrossed, and wisps of emperor-level fluctuations vibrated out. However, at the end of these scarlet divine chains of order, they vaguely disappeared. It was as if they were connected to an indescribable existence in the unseen world. Wisps of immortal chi rose from within. There is already a hint of immortal chi. The legend that the fusion of 9-colored immortal gold can forge immortal weapons is true. Although only the profound meaning of the scarlet phoenix blood metal has been fully awakened, the indescribable existence at the end of the divine chains of order is undoubtedly the true immortal-level Tao fruit of the fusion of the 9 great immortal gold profound meanings. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. In just a moment of enlightenment, he had also benefited greatly. He also had a better understanding of the immortal ascension method in his heart. The great Tao returns to one. At the highest level, the principles of the world are actually interconnected. The 9 lives to become immortal technique is like this. The fusion of the 9 great immortal gold profound meanings is like this, and the cultivation of the 10th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra is even more so. After comprehending to this level, Zhou Tong's warlord bell also vaguely vibrated. The profound meaning of the immortal gold flowed and merged bit by bit. The divine mark purple gold, eternal blue gold, and black dragon pattern gold. These 3 profound meanings of the immortal gold fused together, producing wisps of Tao feeling that merged into Zhou Tong's heart. However, after a long time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and finally stopped the warlord bell from evolving. The warlord bell is my Tao affirmation tool. What is imprinted on it is naturally my great Tao. The profound meaning of the 9-colored immortal gold also needs my Tao to be supreme. Only after I affirm my Tao can I start to fully integrate the profound meaning of the immortal gold. Now, I only need to start to integrate it, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. However, the diamond carving doesn't need to be like this. With a thought from Zhou Tong, countless great Tao runes flickered on the diamond carving. Divine chains of order appeared one after another. The profound meaning of the crimson phoenix blood gold was further released and was about to reach perfection. The diamond carving's aura was still surging and was about to rush to the 8th heaven of the boundary emperor realm. Let's stop. Zhou Tong immediately stopped the diamond carving's transformation. The diamond carving quickly dimmed again. The crimson light that was like that of an immortal phoenix began to gradually converge. In the end, it turned back into a crimson diamond carving and fell into Zhou Tong's hand. Then, the deity inside the diamond carving appeared. An immortal phoenix spread its wings and flew away. The diamond carving's matter is settled for now. Next, I should prepare for my own path to the boundary Emperor realm. After putting away the diamond carving, Zhou Tong tore through the void and returned to the divine realm. Chapter 5:26. Zhou Tong, who had returned to the sky above the ancient star of the divine domain, looked down at the entire divine domain. It's time for the godly demon liquid to be produced once every 10,000 years. This thing will be the most important help for me to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Zhou Tong directly crossed millions of miles and headed to an ancient land that had existed since the era of myths and legends, the divine demon ridge. Looking into the distance, he saw an incomparably tall stone coffin in the middle of a huge mountain range. It was like a stone mountain lying in front of his eyes, exuding an ancient and grand aura. It's the Void Emperor's coffin. It seems that Himiko was brought here by the Void Emperor. Zhou Tong was very familiar with this coffin. It was the one that he had released in the starry sky, the coffin that belonged to the Void Emperor. This place is really fated with the Ji family. Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. In the original work, the godly demon liquid, which only appeared once every 10,000 years, was obtained by Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue. Now that Ji Haoyue was gone, this place was occupied by Himiko. Zhou Tong looked at the mountains and rivers from afar with his Genesis technique. He saw that the mountain peaks were steaming with purple mist and gushing with auspicious light during the day. Moreover, a mysterious power flowed between the mountains and rivers. It was sacred and pure, almost like the power of the gods. It was flowing with brilliant light and vibrant colors. What an amazing forbidden land! Zhou Tong carefully deduced with his Genesis technique and was a little surprised. This was the blood and bones of deities. They were buried here, forming an extremely terrifying life-danger land. Every single mountain peak was formed from flesh, and this flesh contained immortal essence, making all of the later generations' hearts move. Then, for some reason, this place eventually became an immortal cellar and seemed to have turned into a special life form. The flesh and blood and bones of the gods automatically produced the godly demon liquid, which would gush out once every 10,000 years. The value of this liquid was not below that of the immortal divine medicine. Although it could not allow a cultivator to live another life like the immortal divine medicine, it was more effective when used to be reborn. It's almost time. However, if I enter this place, the god domain still needs someone to preside over it. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before he sent his diamond carving out with the Holy Spirit stone token and some treasures to disguise as himself and take charge of the divine domain. His true body, on the other hand, headed straight for the forbidden area. In the divine realm, there was a correct path that led to the center. It was a path that only the gods knew. Zhou Tong had been a god here for more than 20 years, so he naturally knew this path. Boom! Just as Zhou Tong set foot in this place, a vast power suddenly appeared, causing the mountains and rivers to resonate and emit auspicious lights. Each peak was like a supreme treasure, causing rumbling sounds and auspicious energy to soar into the sky. At this moment, the innate spiritual energy surged like water. All of the mountain peaks seemed to have come alive, swaying and moving. Multicolored light filled the sky, making it seem incomparably divine. Crack! All of the great peaks here cracked open, and the tens of thousands of mountains rumbled and cracked. Numerous cracks appeared on each mountain, from which droplets of sparkling liquid could be seen sliding down, forming translucent puddles at the foot of the mountain. Many of these puddles were connected together. One could even see mysterious runes flickering in the liquid. They were the most original rune great Tao that belonged to the bodies of those who had fallen here. Just as expected, the timing is just right. Some places should have even produced God-fiend elixir. Himiko must have used it to refine his body long ago. Zhou Tong followed the method recorded in the divine domain, but the further he went, the more he sensed a terrifying imperial aura. Even the surrounding void was changing. This was the Void Emperor's method. He was changing the arrangement of the void and refining the God-fiend elixir. The Void Emperor's coffin had come here precisely for the God-fiend elixir. His body had been riddled with holes when he'd killed the two sovereigns. He needed the God-fiend elixir to mend his body and replenish his essence. However, as soon as he entered, Zhou Tong sensed a terrifying imperial aura preventing him from advancing. Void Emperor, I know you've successfully nurtured a corpse. Don't play dead over there. So much for helping you out and freeing you. Is this how you treat me? Zhou Tong snorted. After Diamond Carving's advancement and complete control of the immortal banishing sword formation, he was unprecedentedly confident. Even the Yellow Emperor, who'd successfully nurtured a corpse, had the courage to face the Void Emperor head-on. The Yellow Emperor also seemed to recognize Zhou Tong. With these words, the imperial aura immediately dissipated, and there were no more obstacles ahead. Zhou Tong continued forward and finally arrived at the depths of this forbidden land. The mountains and rivers here were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the essence of heaven and earth surged. There were also countless mysteries of the great Tao in the surroundings. It was a supreme holy land for enlightenment, but no one had ever come here before. In the depths of the God-fiend Ridge was a group of lakes. Countless lakes were connected to each other like pearls adorning the earth. There were also all kinds of divine trees and long vines on the shores of the lakes. They glowed with vibrant colors and were dense with spiritual energy. It was like a paradise. Only a coffin not far away spoiled the scenery. Himiko, you really were waiting here for the God-fiend elixir. Zhou Tong quickly fixed his gaze on Himiko, who was next to the Void Emperor's coffin. After not seeing him for so many years, Himiko's cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now very close to the Great Sage Realm. He only needed a little more time to break through to this realm. He should have obtained great benefits beside his father's coffin. I didn't expect you to find it. Himiko sighed. However, he didn't feel nervous at all. His father's coffin was just next to him. He wouldn't be in any danger here. I am the god of the domain of the gods. Isn't it easy for me to find someone? Zhou Tong chuckled. It's just a fake god. Himiko shook his head. The true gods of the domain of the gods were existences that had refined the power of faith. As long as they had refined the power of faith of the domain of the gods, they would definitely not be able to get close to the Void Emperor's coffin. The Emperor Shah would burn all the cultivators that had the power of faith. It doesn't matter if it's a true god or a fake god. I'm just a little disappointed. I thought that after the battle with me, you would sever the void source and surpass your father to walk your own path. However, I didn't expect you to still be unable to give it up. Zhou Tong shook his head. Himiko fell silent. He wasn't a talkative person. You lost me a long time ago. Now that you're unwilling to give up the void source, I'm afraid there's only one reason. That's the speed of your cultivation. Zhou Tong continued. I'm afraid you know something. For example, about the darkness that will happen 100 years later. You know about it too? Himiko was shocked. He could mention the darkness, especially when the time was so accurate that it would happen 100 years later. Without a doubt, he definitely knew about the truth of the Forbidden Zone and the road of immortalization that would happen 100 years later. Even he only knew about it after he found some handwritten notes left behind by his father before he stepped on the ancient road to the starry sky. Why wouldn't I know about it? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Himiko. Then he shook his head and said, It's a pity that you were born 500 years later. If you were born 500 years earlier, you might have been able to continue your father's glory. However, you're too weak now. Whether you give up the void source or not, it won't matter 100 years later. It's the same for you, Himiko retorted. I'm different from you. Zhou Tong smiled and released a little bit of his aura. You. Himiko was furious. Shock flashed across his eyes. Just a little bit of that supreme aura was enough to make him tremble. He couldn't even muster the will to fight back. As the son of the Void Emperor, Himiko knew very well that this was definitely the Emperor's aura. Chapter 5:27. I didn't expect you to become a quasi-emperor in just over 20 years. Himiko was in disbelief. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unreasonable. It broke his understanding and surpassed his limits. He looked carefully at Zhou Tong and seemed to have noticed something. He shook his head and sighed. So you haven't completely entered that realm. Although most of your body has entered that realm and only one leg is left, this step is still quite difficult. But then his eyes dimmed. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Cultivation at the quasi-emperor realm is even more difficult. Even my father took 300 years to reach the ninth heaven from the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm and 50 years to reach the Tao from the ninth heaven. But how old was your father when he became a quasi-emperor? Zhou Tong set up formation patterns nearby. This was a method to collect the divine demon liquid and was also a method that only the gods in the divine domain knew. Generations of gods had used this method to collect the divine demon liquid here. This was the best method that the divine domain had sorted out over countless years. Himiko was speechless. Although he didn't know how old Zhou Tong was, based on his understanding, he definitely wasn't more than 200 years old. In fact, he might not even be 150 years old. It was unheard of for someone to reach the quasi-emperor realm at this age. Himiko knew very well that his father had only succeeded in passing the tribulation and officially became a quasi-emperor at the age of 520. Although this speed was considered fast, it was too weak compared to this monster in front of him. The Void Emperor had reached the Tao at the age of 870 years old. After Zhou Tong finished setting up the formation patterns, he casually took out a green cauldron and placed it in the center of the formation patterns. This was the spoils of war from the battle of the 10th city of the human race. It was a Saint King cauldron that had smelted almost 50,000 kilograms of levitation green gold. Soon, drops of divine demon liquid were drawn out of thin air and fell into the green and gold cauldron. GZ was also a little envious. All these years, he had to run from mountain to mountain to mountain to collect the godly devil liquid. Sometimes, it would be extremely dangerous. How could he be like Zhou Tong, who could collect it so easily? As if he sensed Himiko's gaze, Zhou Tong said, according to the divine domain's historical records, the divine demon liquid can only be collected once every 10,000 years. Each harvest takes 30 years. In the following 30 years, each mountain will produce some godfiend liquid. According to the divine domain's records, about 200 cubic meters of divine demon liquid can be collected each time. 200 cubic meters of divine demon liquid was produced in 10,000 years. 2 cubic meters of divine demon liquid zest. 2. This yield was less than 1/trillionth of the yield of honey produced in mountainous regions of the same size on Earth. Zhou Tong said, don't think it's a lot. Your father will definitely take the lion's share. He has to take at least half of it. I'll give you 10 of the remaining 100 cubic meters. That's enough for your own use. You can even bring the remaining 90% back to the G family. That's fine too. GZ replied, then fell silent. Himiko knew that if it weren't for Zhou Tong, he wouldn't know how long it would take him to collect the divine demon liquid. He might not even be able to collect that much. However, Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say more. He sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. You're not going to go back to being a god? You're afraid that I'll steal your divine demon liquid. So you're waiting here? Himiko found Zhou Tong's behavior amusing. He thought that Zhou Tong was worried about him. To be honest, I trust both of you, father and son, in terms of your conduct and character. However, there's no point in going back to the divine realm. There's nothing worth my attention there. As Zhou Tong spoke, he formed a seal with his hands and chanted an incantation. What are you doing? Himiko was curious. However, very soon, something that shocked GZ happened. Countless rays of light shot out from Zhou Tong's body, as well as the entire divine realm, turning into a rain of light that shot out in all directions. Himiko used a void mystic technique and intercepted a drop of the rain of light. He immediately felt as if he was bathing in a spring breeze and had an auspicious power. Reverse nurturing. Himiko understood what Zhou Tong was doing. He was reversing the power of faith and turning it into a rain of light to bless the divine realm. I didn't expect you to have such a method. The divine realm's path of faith has always been wrong. Now that you've set things right, you've done a great service. Himiko praised. What's happening? On this day, all over the divine realm, men and women, old and young, and even the cultivators of the divine realm were shocked. The rain of light had weakened them, and they were full of energy. This was the power of faith that they contributed from their devout worship. Now that they were reverse nurturing, they naturally had a different feeling. Some of the cultivators even experienced a huge increase in their cultivation. However, during this process, more people kept worshiping in the direction of the temple and shouting miracle. The power of faith in the divine realm didn't decrease. Instead, it became more stable. Moreover, the new power of faith wasn't like the previous poisonous power of faith. Instead, there was a trade-off. While absorbing the power of faith, a portion of the power would be returned. This caused the entire divine realm's faith system to form a perfect cycle. This was the faith system created by Emperor Amitabha. The power of faith gathered through this method was pure and heavy, without the slightest side effect. Even the Void Emperor's Emperor Fiend couldn't shake it. The power of faith in the divine realm could be considered perfect. At least it won't be shaken by things like the Emperor Fiend. The hidden dangers of the divine realm have been greatly reduced. Next, we need to set up some origin formations on the ancient star. When the time comes, we can deal with the once in 10,000 years 5 elemental chi impact, Zhou Tong said quietly in his heart. However, this kind of thing would be left to diamond carving to arrange. In fact, Zhou Tong still felt that it was a pity that the divine realm was destroyed in the original work. In terms of size, the divine realm wasn't much smaller than stars like the Big Dipper and Crepe Myrtle. Moreover, this divine realm had always been nourished by the 5 elemental chi from the Lingbao Tianzuan Dao Palace. It could be said that there had never been a difficult Dao era here. All kinds of resources were extremely rich, and it was a supreme place for cultivation. What was even more frightening was that this divine realm's ancient star would have a 5 elemental chi impact every 10,000 years. The 5 continents formed by the Dao palaces of the Lingbao Tianzuan would have a huge amount of 5 elemental chi surge upwards. This kind of 5 elemental chi was very rare. Saint-level cultivators could collect 5 elemental chi to refine their Dao palaces and purify their bodies. It was a heaven-defying fortune. If the 5 elemental chi was precipitated by origin techniques, it could be turned into a supreme foundation for this ancient star, and it would become stronger and stronger in the future. In terms of resources, this ancient star was also rich in Dao Tribulation Gold and Phoenix Blood Gold, 2 immortal materials. It also had Fiend God Liquid, a specialty that didn't lose to the immortal divine medicine. Occupying such a place would definitely make the path of cultivation prosperous in the future. It was really a pity that such a resource-rich star was destroyed just like that. Even the Z-Way Segmentum's resources and great Dao aura couldn't compare to this ancient star at its peak. Therefore, Zhou Tong wanted to protect this ancient star. As for the possible Lingbao Tianzuan's backup plan, Zhou Tong didn't care. Lingbao Tianzuan's backup plan was most likely gone because the most important thing in the ancient star, which was formed by the Lingbao Tianzuan's head, had been taken away by the Golden Crow Arch. Chapter 528. Speaking of which, the current me might be able to see through the mystery of reincarnation in the reincarnation mirror. After calming down, Zhou Tong couldn't help but try to sense the 9-leaf sword grass and Thunder Emperor's true fate that he released. In his senses, he was even more certain that these 2 true fates should have existed at a certain time in the past. Moreover, this time was definitely less than 100 million years from now. In other words, it could be a certain time period during the immortal ancient era of chaos. Moreover, it couldn't be the beginning of the immortal ancient era, but at least the middle of the immortal ancient era. However, space-time was still a taboo in this world. Even though Zhou Tong's body had reached the Emperor realm, he only knew that his two true fates existed at a certain time in the past, but he couldn't be sure of the exact time. Moreover, he vaguely knew a little bit about the life of these two true fates. They weren't affected by karma. Let's give it a try. A third true fate? Zhou Tong prepared to continue trying. He didn't know if he could break through the restrictions of this world and find a different world. Compared to the past and future of the same world, Zhou Tong was looking forward to other worlds more. This was because if he traveled to the past, he would probably return to the immortal ancient era or the chaotic era. After all, there were the 9-leaf sword grass and Thunder Emperor as examples. Zhou Tong had already grasped the cultivation system of the immortal ancient era and the chaotic era. However, it was different for other worlds. Even if it was a world where the strongest person wasn't at the immortal ancient era or the chaotic era, its value to Zhou Tong was greater than that of the immortal ancient era or the chaotic era. This was because it represented a different cultivation system, represented a different possibility, and represented an unprecedented perspective. The path of cultivation was the refinement of the cultivator's body. The refinement and improvement of the body, primordial spirit, and what was also called evolution. The so-called cultivation system was, in fact, a path of evolution. Although the end point was the same, the path of evolution represented by each system was different. Even some broken roads had great value because they represented another perspective, another scenery. Moreover, different cultivation systems had different emphasis. Perhaps in the eyes of a certain cultivation system, a cultivator was already perfect and flawless, but in the eyes of another cultivation system, a cultivator could be full of loopholes. It was just like Zhou Tong himself. He continuously transformed with the heaven-covering technique. So according to normal reasoning, he should have already reached the peak of this cultivation realm, his entire body perfect. However, if he operated immortal ancient methods, he would discover that his body still had some impurities that hadn't been completely expelled. Meanwhile, if he operated the chaotic ancient method at this time, he would discover some different impurities. Even the closely related immortal ancient, chaotic ancient, and heaven-shrouding arts had such differences, let alone the baptism of cultivation methods from different worlds and civilizations. The collision of different cultivation civilizations was the easiest way to produce sparks of wisdom and the easiest way to improve. The reason why Zhou Tong's cultivation speed was so fast was because he simultaneously cultivated immortal ancient, chaotic ancient, and heaven-shrouding. I'll be using you this time. Zhou Tong looked at his Kuan Peng true fate. I have a premonition that this time's reincarnation might be different. Maybe I can bring more things over. Zhou Tong subconsciously cut out a small piece of Xianhuang's source qi from his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring and threw it into his Kuan Peng true fate. Time to go. Zhou Tong pointed the reincarnation mirror at the Kuan Peng true fate. Immediately, the Kuan Peng true fate disappeared into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring along with the small piece of Xianhuang's source qi. I can feel a little, it's indeed in the past, and the time point seems to be in the chaotic ancient era. Almost at the moment when the Kuan Peng true fate disappeared, he vaguely felt that his Kuan Peng true fate had been successfully born, and the place of birth was in the chaotic ancient era. Chaotic ancient era. Zhou Tong frowned. It was that time period again. However, although it was that time period, the feeling was clearly a lot clearer, although he still didn't know what happened there. It's right not to know what happened, because no matter what happened, it's all in the past for me. But what I can be sure of is that my Kuan Peng true fate's ability to interfere with the karma of the past is a bit stronger. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. In fact, he already roughly knew the situation of the 9-leaf sword grass and the Thunder Emperor's true fate. The 9-leaf sword grass, needless to say, was definitely rooted in some place, probably similar to the 9-leaf sword grass that was passed by a group of immortal kings in the immortal ancient era. It was incomparably low-key, and no one even knew about it. This true fate was probably like a weed on the side of the road. Other than the karma of this world, it didn't have any other karma. The Thunder Emperor, according to Zhou Tong's current feeling, although he could move freely, he was probably an invisible person, a passerby in the past, and didn't even come in contact with many creatures. This true fate could barely be considered to have improved a bit, but still, other than the karma of this world, it didn't have much other karma. The Kuan Peng true fate should be able to interfere with the karma of the past a bit, but it's probably not enough. Maybe I can only steal some treasures without too much karma, kill a few people without too much karma, and save a few cultivators without too much karma. Zhou Tong was a bit speechless. Although the improvement was obvious, this reincarnation was really too much. In fact, Zhou Tong was also clear that if he relied on his own strength, let alone interfering with the past, he might not even be able to see it. However, by relying on the reincarnation mirror, he could do this. This so-called improvement was actually an improvement in his own strength, and thus his control over the reincarnation mirror improved. No, I can't try again before confirming my Tao. My true fate is limited, and I can only have 9 at most. I can't waste it like this, unless I revise the divine sovereign scripture in the future. He relied on the divine sovereign scripture to cultivate his true fate, and the divine sovereign scripture only had 9 transformations at most. The 10th transformation wasn't cultivated normally, but by combining the previous 9 transformations. If he wanted to completely cultivate 10 true fates, the only way was to completely revise the divine sovereign scripture and make it completely suitable for himself. He might even create a 10th transformation that was different from the divine sovereign scripture. Actually, I might be able to create a scripture similar to the divine sovereign scripture for the tyrant physique in the future, allowing the tyrant physique of the future to freely choose the path of the divine form, and then create a brand new divine form. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think about some of the profound meanings of the Green Lotus scripture. Since the Qing Emperor could summarize the Daos of the various races in the ancient chaos era and turn them into demonic characters, then I can also turn the Daos of the various races in the ancient chaos era into some brand new lines for the later generations. After that, I can use these lines as a picture and combine them with some profound meaning of the divine sovereign scripture to create a Tao-building scripture for the later generations. However, I feel that this thing in my mind is a bit similar to the true primordial record, divine creation, but it's a divine creation that belongs to the tyrant physique. Zhou Tong was speechless at this thought. It was true that different paths led to the same destination. The true primordial record was a scripture written by the corpse immortal emperor, and it had a total of 3 chapters. The first chapter, Divine Creation, was meant for human Tao cultivators. The middle chapter, Transcendence, was about how to become an immortal. The last chapter, Ultimate, was meant for quasi-immortal emperors. If I really create this thing in the future, I'll also call it the Divine Creation. Together with the myriad spirit diagram that explains the various treasured arts, it will be used to guide the cultivation of the divine form. Zhou Tong quietly said. He was still very self-aware. Even if he became an immortal in the future, he still wouldn't be able to create something comparable to the true primordial record, not even the most basic first chapter. However, in terms of the divine form, he could get a bit closer. Chapter 529. Zhou Tong sat quietly in this forbidden area for 3 years. He was thinking hard about the way to break through, perfecting his own path, and perfecting his own path. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Zhou Tong suddenly sighed. In these 3 years, Zhou Tong had tried countless ways to break through this last level, but he still couldn't find a quick way. You're walking the path of a combat immortal. You won't be able to find a way to break through if you meditate here. If you force it, you'll only go crazy. Himiko said. The path of a combat immortal is indeed the path of the strongest combat power. It's very suitable for your heavenly tyrant body. Unfortunately, you can only go far and fast on this path when there are enough opponents. You're already at least 300 years ahead of Huang Jinshe. There are no opponents who can help you break through quickly. What comes next is most likely a painstaking effort. After 3 years of being together, Himiko had some understanding of Zhou Tong's combat immortal path. No opponents? That's not necessarily true. Zhou Tong looked at this forbidden area. Countless ancient gods and demons were buried here. Every god and demon corresponded to a great Tao. Legend had it that this place was once a battlefield during the mythological era. Even the ancient emperors had participated in the war. Those buried here were all extremely terrifying figures. Moreover, the number was extremely shocking. No one knew how many tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, millions or tens of millions. After these countless experts died, their blood didn't dry, and their bones didn't disappear. In the end, they turned into this forbidden area, Divine Demon Ridge. Do you have a way to resurrect the dead gods and demons? Himiko was a little shocked. He also couldn't figure out what Zhou Tong was trying to do. I can't resurrect them. However, I've occasionally comprehended a special technique over these years. Zhou Tong suddenly stood up. Mystic Realm Soul Formation, one thought of all souls. This is the path of immortality that Lingbao Tianzuan envisioned. However, for people like me who have already destroyed the gods and have only one thought, there's a different way to use it. The gods and devils are dead, but their Daos are still here. Zhou Tong pointed with his finger. Instantly, all kinds of lights danced in the Divine Demon Ridge and shot out in all directions. His finger actually moved the entire Divine Demon Ridge. The great Tao and runes of the gods and devils who died here were indestructible. They had remained here for countless years and had long since transformed into all kinds of runes. With so many fiend gods gathered, it was all-encompassing and could almost contain all the Daos and techniques in the world. "What are you doing?" Himiko exclaimed. "With my blood essence, I carry the Tao of the gods and devils of the heavens. With my divine will, I manifest the souls of the gods and devils of the heavens. Create another god fiend." Zhou Tong took a fancy to one of the fiend god runes. With a flick of his finger, a drop of bright red blood with more than 30% purple color fell into the rune. At the same time, on Zhou Tong's immortal foundation, one of the diagrams on the Tyrant Bell's surface lit up. The bell trembled slightly, and a wave of bell energy rippled outwards. However, this wave of bell energy seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of power and turned into a halo that lingered around the bell. Soon, this halo of bell energy suddenly changed and condensed into a dazzling divine light. It suddenly shot out from Zhou Tong's immortal foundation and landed on the Fiend God rune that had fused with Zhou Tong's drop of blood. This was the great Tao of the Fiend God. This Fiend God had been dead for who knew how many years. His great Tao had also gradually simplified over the countless years, finally turning into the most fundamental rune. However, the profound meaning of the divine mark, purple gold, could record the traces that had once existed in the world. Zhou Tong perfectly restored this great Tao and even returned it to the Fiend God. Roar! In an instant, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Zhou Tong's drop of blood rapidly transformed under the effect of the Fiend God rune and the great Tao of the Fiend God. A strange Fiend God gradually emerged. Its head of red hair danced in the wind, and its bronze skin shone with a dazzling brilliance. Its eyes were as sharp as knives, and there was a single horn between its eyebrows that exuded unparalleled divine power. You gave your life to this drop of Quasi-Emperor blood essence, and then used it to forcefully revive the Fiend God? No, the Fiend God can't be revived so easily. What else did you do? Himiko found it hard to imagine what the tyrant body in front of him had done to revive the Fiend God. Lingbao Tianzuan's mystic realm transformed into a god with a single thought. It's not impossible for me to reverse this Tao and create a myriad of creatures with a single thought. Although I'm a Fiend God, My essence is still me. It's just that my killing intent is occasionally born in my cultivation. Up until now, I have no opponents on the path of becoming a combat immortal. However, that doesn't mean that I can't create an opponent. Zhou Tong stared at the fiend god and felt a little excited. This was a way to break the deadlock. I see. This fiend god has been infused with your killing intent. It could be said to be your fiend god. How audacious. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Being killed by yourself? Himiko was shocked. He finally understood the principle behind Zhou Tong's actions. When one cultivated to the level where Zhou Tong's physical body had become an emperor, being reborn from a drop of blood was a piece of cake. He directly infused his life essence and killing intent into a drop of his blood essence. At the same time, he merged it with the great Tao of the fiend god that had fallen. Using this fiend god as a model, he evolved a new fiend god. Even if this fiend god is resurrected, its physique might not be comparable to your heavenly tyrant body. Now that it has been resurrected by your tyrant blood, it might even be stronger than when it was at its peak, especially since you infused it with killing intent. This fiend god will definitely kill you. Himiko didn't know what to say, because once this fiend god succeeded, he could replace Zhou Tong and be completely resurrected. This method was equivalent to gambling with his life. Roar! The fiend god roared, shaking heaven and earth. An incomparably terrifying emperor's aura surged and spread out, making it difficult for Himiko to withstand. This fiend god was evolved from Zhou Tong's quasi-emperor blood. Naturally, it was also an emperor's body. The emperor's aura was astonishing. Accompanied by the fiend god's roar, it turned into a monstrous chaotic fog that rumbled in the sky. It was as if the Milky Way from the nine heavens was descending, about to drown the fiend god ridge and turn the universe upside down. This fiend god's killing intent soared into the sky. Its eyes were filled with incomparable killing intent and madness as it charged toward Zhou Tong. However, at this time, the Void Emperor's coffin emitted a clear light, stabilizing everything. This emperor's aura that was enough to turn heaven and earth upside down was unable to spread out. Not bad, you're that strong. As expected of me. Zhou Tong laughed. At the same time, he casually tossed out the Lingbao Tianzuan formation diagram. Accompanied by chaotic qi, it covered the sky and turned this place into a grand battlefield. The following battle was equivalent to a battle of life and death between two quasi-emperors. If the emperor weapon was not stabilized, the entire divine realm might be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Fight! Zhou Tong's battle intent was high. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were sharp. He displayed his incomplete forbidden domain, shattering the sky and shattering the void. It was as if he was splitting heaven and earth. His entire body emitted a terrifying light. Around him, true dragons roared, Kuan Peng leaped into the sea, immortal phoenixes flew across the sky, lightning flashed. Chapter 530. On one side was the fiend god born from Zhou Tong's blood and killing intent, and on the other side was Zhou Tong himself. The two sides suddenly collided. Boom! In the most terrifying light, a terrifying confrontation took place. Fragments of laws danced all over the sky, and divine chains of order penetrated all obstacles and attacked here, forming an extremely terrifying storm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and it was chaos. At this moment, the most intense and terrifying collision took place. When the light dissipated and the laws disappeared, the single-horned fiend god's body was stained with blood, and he retreated. There was an extremely terrifying wound on his body, which penetrated his chest. In an instant of confrontation, he had suffered serious injuries. The fiend god was defeated. The same physical body, the same magical power, only the great Tao is different. This fiend god's Tao was instantly defeated by him. Himiko saw clearly that the fiend god's Tao was no match for Zhou Tong's Tao. This Tao which is full of endless fighting spirit and incomparably powerful attack power, is his forbidden domain. Himiko silently compared the Tao that Zhou Tong used with the strongest move that he had learned. In the end, he regretfully found that, even if he used the strongest secret technique in the Void Scripture, in a head-on collision, he would still be no match for this technique. Could the Tao that he created really be comparable to Father's? He hasn't really become a quasi-emperor yet. The more he thought of this, the more shocked Himiko was. As expected, the advantage of the Imperial Prince becomes weaker the further he goes. Himiko had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Imperial Prince had an almost unparalleled advantage in the early stages, but in the later stages, this advantage would be overtaken by others, and even at the quasi-emperor stage, or even the Tao validation stage, this advantage would most likely turn into a disadvantage. However, the changes in the center of the battlefield interrupted Himiko's thoughts. Boom! A ball of flames rose from the fiend god's body, overflowing from the surface of the fiend god's body, and wrapped around the fiend god's body, looking like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire. This was the effect of the profound meaning of the immortal phoenix in Zhou Tong's blood essence. After his physical body had become an emperor, Zhou Tong had already analyzed the deepest level of profound meaning in his blood, which contained the way of the immortal phoenix. The most magical aspect of this way was that it could allow one to undergo nirvana and be reborn from the brink of death. Of course, this fiend god did not know the immortal phoenix technique and was only relying on the passive recovery ability of the immortal phoenix mystery in Zhou Tong's drop of blood, which was much slower than Zhou Tong's own recovery speed. Vaguely, there was a clear and melodious phoenix cry. Countless divine chains of order flew out of the fiend god's body and merged with the figure of the fiend god's figure, helping him to heal his injured body. In an instant, the wound on the fiend god's chest was completely healed. Kill! After recovering from his injuries, the devil god let out a roar. Suddenly, the world rumbled and shook. Scarlet-red ripples were like huge waves. One could clearly see that they were coming one after another. As expected of my blood essence, this passive recovery ability is close to Prince Tion's level. Zhou Tong also praised. However, the fiend god Tao is a little weak. Fight! Zhou Tong also roared out a battle cry. However, this sound wave was not some divine ability or precious technique. Instead, it was a divine sound of the great path that was supported by his forbidden domain. It contained Zhou Tong's essence, vital energy, and soul. This roar was like a thunderclap, and it immediately dispersed the crimson ripples, and an extremely terrifying sound wave blasted into the fiend god's ears. Boom! Its body shook, and the veins on its body bulged, and blood flowed from its mouth and nose. Roar! The fiend god roared again and pounced forward. Its body was burning with crimson flames, and it was full of demonic nature. Zhou Tong attacked at the same time. He was as fast as lightning, waving his own Tao and fiercely attacking the fiend god. Boom! The two of them clashed, and soon, countless blood and crimson flames were blasted out. This was the fiend god's power, and it was completely suppressed by Zhou Tong. Himiko could hear the fiend god's roar, and he could also see the purple and crimson divine chains of order dancing wildly on Zhou Tong's body. Boom! When the last tremor was heard, all the crimson flames dissipated, and only Zhou Tong's figure was left. The fiend god had been destroyed by Zhou Tong, and only a drop of the most basic blood essence remained in the void. This was the blood essence that had created the fiend god, and it belonged to Zhou Tong. Whoosh! This drop of blood essence turned into a stream of light and returned to Zhou Tong's body. After the blood essence returned to his body, Zhou Tong immediately put away the spiritual treasure array. He sat down cross-legged and quietly recovered his divine power. At the same time, he was carefully comprehending what he had gained from this battle. He won. Himiko looked at Zhou Tong with a complicated expression. At this moment, Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged. He was very quiet. A resplendent divine halo surrounded him. He was like a divine statue, solemn and dignified. This state of extreme calmness was the complete opposite of the frenzied battle from before. Just by looking at the scene of him sitting cross-legged and comprehending Tao, it was impossible to imagine that this was a cultivator who had embarked on the path of a combat immortal. 7 days later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and stood up. A vast and unfathomable blood energy fluctuation surged. He reached out his hand, and immediately 3 drops of blood essence flew out from his body. In the Fiend God Ridge outside, 3 Fiend God runes quickly merged with the 3 drops of blood essence. At the same time, the spiritual treasure array opened up again, turning into a battlefield that could accommodate Zhou Tong's battle. Rumble, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying Emperor's aura, 3 Fiend Gods slowly took shape and released earth-shattering, killing intent. There are 3 this time. Himiko sighed softly. As soon as the 3 Fiend Gods appeared, their roars shattered mountains and rivers and shattered the void. They used countless divine powers to attack Zhou Tong, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, Zhou Tong staggered out with his hair disheveled and wounded body. Even his hair was covered in blood. The 3 Fiend Gods were killed by Zhou Tong and turned back into 3 drops of blood essence that returned to his body. He put away the spiritual treasure array again and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to re-examine the gains from the previous battle and further perfect his Tao. Zhou Tong could easily defeat 1 Fiend God. However, with 3 Fiend Gods supporting each other, the difficulty increased by a level. Even Zhou Tong had to fight a great battle to get rid of the 3 Fiend Gods. However, his gains were also great. This battle allowed Zhou Tong to see some of the flaws in his great Tao more clearly, further perfecting his forbidden domain. This time, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged for half a month before he stood up again. He resurrected the Fiend Gods again and opened the spiritual treasure array to turn into a battlefield. This time, he resurrected 5 Fiend Gods and engaged in the most dangerous battle. Rumble! The earth-shattering battle broke out again. Zhou Tong used all his skills to fight the 5 Fiend Gods. He improved in the battle and perfected his forbidden domain in the battle. Himiko, who was at the side, fell silent. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhou Tong was too strong, much stronger than him. Back then, after the battle at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation, he was still somewhat unconvinced in his heart. He felt that his true strength was only at the stage after the Tao severing stage. In the future battle, Zhou Tong would most likely not be his match. Even in front of the ancient tree of life, Himiko felt that Zhou Tong's cultivation speed was too fast. If they fought at the same level, Zhou Tong's combat strength would most likely be inferior to him. But now, after seeing everything that Zhou Tong did to break through, he was already convinced that Zhou Tong did indeed have an invincible spirit. And after seeing the battle between Zhou Tong and the Fiend Gods, he was even more convinced that Zhou Tong had already reached the pinnacle. He was invincible on the Emperor's Road. In fact, he even faintly felt that he saw some characteristics of his father in Zhou Tong. At this moment, when he turned back and looked at Zhou Tong again, he felt as though he saw a supreme, immortal emperor rising like the sun. Chapter 531. The situation in the Divine Territory was getting more and more chaotic. Perhaps it was because of Dao Yi's guidance, or because these races had discovered the Divine Territory, the Light Clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Gold Clan, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain had all come here. Although the Light Clan's smelting god gourd had been sealed by Zhou Tong, there were still the 10,000 dragons bell, the Golden Jian, and the Phoenix Wing raging golden drum. In addition to the great Emperor Dao Yan's Dao Tribulation golden armor, there were now 4 Emperor weapons in the Divine Territory. However, Dao Yi still hid in the dark and did not act rashly because he knew that the 4 Emperor weapons could not break the Divine Territory. The immortal slaying sword formation needed 4 Emperor weapons to break. In addition, He had seen a complete Great Emperor array diagram from Zhou Tong and a supreme weapon like the Holy Spirit Stone token in Zhou Tong's hands. Dao, he knew very well that he needed at least 2 more Emperor weapons and even a quasi-Emperor to be confident of breaking the divine territory. Therefore, he had not appeared. On the other side, Zhou Tong was in seclusion to fight and deduce his forbidden domain. He did not want to be disturbed at this time. Therefore, he directly used the Genesis art and the group's secret art to set up a large array pattern in the Divine Demon Ridge and completely sealed this forbidden area. In addition, Zhou Tong's diamond carving attracted attention from the outside world and even deliberately mobilized the local cultivators of the divine territory to dilute the news of the Divine Demon Ridge. Therefore, not many people came to the Divine Demon Ridge. Even if some cultivators noticed the Divine Demon Ridge and barged in, they would die there. Time passed quickly, and this seal lasted for 30 years. Other than the connection between his main body and the diamond chakram, he was almost completely isolated from the outside world. He constantly activated the great path of gods and demons in the Divine Demon Ridge and used these great paths as his opponents to perfect his forbidden domain bit by bit. For cultivator who had cultivated to Zhou Tong's current level, 30 years was nothing. During this period, Himiko had also gone out to undergo several tribulations and finally successfully advanced to the 9th heaven of the Saint King realm not long ago. As the son of the Void Emperor, he was able to enjoy the God-Devil elixir's rebirth, listen to the occasional sound of the great Tao from the Void Emperor's coffin, and watch the battle between Zhou Tong and the millions of gods and demons. With such good conditions, it was normal for him to be able to cultivate to his current level. Over the past 30 years, many things had happened in the Divine Dominion. Zhou Tong had a natural connection with diamond carving, so even though he was in seclusion in the Divine Demon Ridge, he could easily control the situation in the Divine Dominion. Currently, the entire God's domain was filled with an austere atmosphere. Perhaps it was because of Zhou Tong's existence, or perhaps it was because of Dao Yi's guidance, but almost all the sky prides in the universe who had embarked on their Emperor Road had come here to train. Even Huang, Xu Dao, Hua Qilin, and the others had come. Over the years, countless cultivators had died here, either in the struggle for the great Tao or in the struggle against the deity domain. Blood dyed the deity domain red. However, after so many battles, the deity domain was still impregnable, and no one had been able to shake it in the slightest. During this period, the ancient imperial weapons, the 10,000 Dragon's Bell, the Golden Truncheon, and the Phoenix Wing Raging Golden Drum, had also charged into the deity domain one after another in an attempt to completely destroy this place. However, Zhou Tong's diamond carving had already advanced to the 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. It had transformed into Zhou Tong's appearance and activated the Sacred Spirit Stone token, easily blocking the attacks of these emperor weapons. It had even swept these emperor weapons out of the deity domain many times. There were even great saints among these clans who had fallen. Over the past 30 years, Zhou Tong's name had shaken the entire deity domain. There were so many clans, so many emperor weapons, and so many great saints, but no one had been able to break through the deity domain that he had guarded with the Sacred Spirit Stone token. This was undoubtedly a miracle. While countless cultivators were gnashing their teeth in hatred, they could not help but admire him. With just a broken supreme artifact, he was able to defend the divine realm all by himself, fending off the attacks of several major clans and even monarch weapons. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Clang! The brilliance was resplendent, with a hint of blood in the golden color, illuminating the heavens. The cries of phoenixes were endless, shattering the ancient starry sky. The aura was violent. A phoenix wing raging golden drum appeared and hacked down at the deity domain, dominating the world. Are you trying to probe again? Zhou Tong's diamond carving had an ice-cold expression. He had transformed into Zhou Tong's appearance and hacked at the phoenix wing raging golden drum with the Sacred Spirit Stone token in his hand. His divine might was matchless and unstoppable. Rumble. This was a great battle that could shatter heaven and earth. This time, A large amount of chaotic chi was released from the collision, turning this place into a sea of chaos. The entire deity domain was like a small boat that could capsize at any time. Amidst the clanging sounds, millions of strands of immortal light and thousands of rays of auspicious light. The phoenix wing raging golden drum shook violently and flew out on the spot. It tore through the void and appeared outside the deity domain. The Overlord is too strong, but how can he be so strong? After this attack, many people were puzzled. Zhou weapon was not the Azure Supreme, the archweapon, but the damaged Holy Spirit Stone token. This stone token was definitely not as good as the Phoenix Wing Gilded Tripod, an ancient Imperial weapon. However, he was able to win every time they collided. There's a problem, something's not right. If the previous two collisions were because of the troop's secret character, which gave him the upper hand, this time, the Blood Phoenix Mountain was fully prepared to isolate the harassment of the troop's secret character. How could he still lose? A sacred spirit looked gloomily in the direction of the deity domain. Even if he was extremely confident in the Sacred Spirit clan, he was not confident that a damaged Sacred Spirit Stone token could rival a complete ancient Imperial weapon. If it was a complete stone token, it would be fine, but it was a damaged stone token. No matter how he thought about it, this matter revealed a hint of strangeness it shouldn't be. Even if the Overlord is at the peak of the Great Saint realm and his cultivation is far superior to the Blood Phoenix Mountain's friend, the gap between the Imperial weapons should have long been made up for the gap in cultivation, or even exceeded by a lot. Why is it like this? Why is he so strong? If this goes on, we can't even force out the spiritual treasure array diagram. It's time to let a few ancient Imperial weapons work together. No one is his match in a one-on-one fight. Countless cultivators who were watching this battle felt their hearts heavy. Zhou Tong's existence was like a mountain, deeply pressing down on everyone's hearts. Not only those young supremes, even the older generation felt an extremely terrifying pressure. This Overlord was too terrifying. Clang! A crimson light cut through the void, and the Phoenix Wing raging golden drum once again cut through the void and appeared in the deity domain. Immediately, some cultivators who had a good relationship with the Blood Phoenix Mountain went up to inquire about the news. However, the moment this news came out, everyone was shocked. Emperor's aura. No one expected to hear such earth-shattering news from the mouth of the great saint of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. Could it be that the Overlord has become a quasi-emperor? Someone exclaimed. If that was the case, then what was the point of playing? A great saint and a quasi-emperor. This was an unimaginable qualitative change. If a quasi-emperor had an imperial weapon, then even if 2 or 3 great saints each had an imperial weapon, they might not be able to match it. This was because an imperial weapon could not be in a state of resurrection all the time. Other than the great saint, no one could withstand this kind of consumption. Chapter 532. On the other side, after receiving the news, the cultivators of the Gold Clan and the nest of 10,000 dragons also rushed over to meet up with the Blood Phoenix Mountain. The rumors of a quasi-emperor were too shocking. They had to put aside their previous enmity and discuss a way to break into the divine realm together. He shouldn't be a quasi-emperor. We've been monitoring the divine realm for more than 20 years. He hasn't left, and there's never been any news of him transcending the quasi-emperor tribulation. However, there's no doubt that he has the emperor's aura. I suspect that he's already touched the quasi-emperor realm, and half of his body has even entered this supreme realm. The great sage of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said in a deep voice. He was indeed horrified. In the process of using the Phoenix Wing Gilded Drum to collide with the Holy Spirit Stone token, he had indeed felt a supreme aura that made his hair stand on end. Moreover, the source of this aura was actually his opponent. We have to speed up and join forces. Otherwise, if this person breaks through to the Quasi-Emperor realm and activates the numinous sword formation with his Quasi-Emperor cultivation, our Emperor weapons will definitely be no match for him. the great sage of the Blood Phoenix Mountains said. "We only have the bell of 10,000 dragons, the golden sword breaker, and the phoenix wing golden drum. Even if he hasn't broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, the three of us won't be able to break through the numinous sword formation," the great sage of the Gold Clan said. In addition, the Overlord might have the Azure the Archweapon. The Azure the Archweapon is suppressing the smelting God Gourd. It's impossible for it to attack. At most, he has the Holy Spirit Stone token, the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons said. The great sage of the Blood Phoenix Mountains said, "There's no hurry. I've already informed the Fire Qilin Cave. It's very likely that Brother Yin Shi has already brought the ancient Qilin Emperor's imperial weapons over. The 4 Emperor weapons will soon be gathered. As far as I know, the Sacred Prince seems to be rushing over here as well. When the time comes, the Sacred Battle Emperor's ancient imperial weapons might also attack. 5 Emperor weapons. I still don't feel safe, especially since the Sacred Prince seems to have some friendship with the Overlord. If he changes sides, we'll be in trouble." The great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons was still a little worried. When Zhou Tong fought with Prince Tian and the others in the Big Dipper, the Sacred Prince and Daoish and Silkworm had stood on his side. Therefore, these people from the Big Dipper didn't trust the Sacred Prince and thought that he was on the side. The few of you are discussing how to deal with God's domain on your own. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? Just as the great sages of the imperial family were discussing, a voice suddenly entered the great sage's ears. "Who goes there?" The few great sages from Blood Phoenix Mountain, Gold Clan, and Nest of 10,000 Dragons were shocked. They had a secret meeting and didn't inform anyone at all. Moreover, there were restrictions that they had set up nearby, but now someone had found their way to their side. Clang! In an instant, 3 beams of immortal light appeared, purple, crimson, and golden. 3 ancient imperial weapons rushed out from the heads of the 3 great sages at the same time, releasing a strong imperial might. There were also millions of strands of immortal light that seemed to be intimidating. Swish, 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 swish. 5 streaks of lightning, for gold and 1 green, flew out of the void at an extremely fast speed. They descended from a void. The 4 golden lightning bolts were 4 golden snakes. They were not very long, only about 30 meters long, but they exuded an invincible aura. After the 4 golden snakes landed, they transformed into human forms. Each of them was cold and arrogant, and their eyes were pale gold. The cyan lightning was a cyan stone golem. It was a peak Saint King golem of the Saint Spirit bloodline. "Humph! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us, for little snakes of the Saint King realm?" After seeing who it was, the great sage of Blood Phoenix Mountain immediately sneered. "Others call you the Young Supremes and Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun, but you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. Saint King Golem of the Saint Spirit bloodline, you were born prematurely and have no possibility of improvement. How dare you provoke our royal family?" The great sage of the Gold Clan looked at the cyan stone golem and scolded. "I hope you can still be so arrogant when you see our emperor later." Golden Snake 3rd Lang Jun sneered. "What? Emperor?" The great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. Emperor was not a title that just anyone could use. At the very least, one had to be a boundary emperor. With such a big commotion in the divine realm, could it be that they had finally provoked a boundary emperor? A boundary emperor of the Flying Serpent clan had come here, but they had never heard of such a boundary emperor in the galaxy. "That's right. Our great Emperor Flying Snake has just arrived in the divine realm and has some things to ask you. Come with us." Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun was very arrogant. Since his clan had produced a boundary emperor, he could naturally look down on everyone and even the royal families that had produced ancient emperors. "Our great emperor is also waiting for you," the Cyan Stone Golem said coldly, looking down at the 3 royal families. In an instant, the great sages of the 3 royal families were extremely shocked. A boundary emperor had really come, and not just one, but two boundary emperors. One was a boundary emperor of the Flying Snake clan, and the other was a boundary emperor of the Saint Spirit bloodline. The two boundary emperors had joined forces, and the current situation did not allow them to resist. Even if they had ancient imperial weapons and had the strength to fight a boundary emperor, both sides were only prepared to fight head-on. If a boundary emperor was determined to kill them, they would not have the chance to take out their ancient imperial weapons. If they were targeted by a boundary emperor, they would be in danger of dying at any time, even if they had ancient imperial weapons. At the same time, on the other side, Dao Yi and his Path Protector stood in a hidden place in the Divine Realm, quietly watching the changes in the Divine Realm. According to our information, the ancestor of the Flying Snake clan has broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm and is already here. A Boundary Emperor of the Saint Spirit bloodline is also here, Dao Yi's Path Protector said. A Boundary Emperor of the Saint Spirit bloodline? If this bloodline has a Boundary Emperor, why didn't he appear when we attacked the ancient road of the human race? Dao Yi was very surprised. Logically speaking, the Sacred Spirit Stone token and the Sacred Spirit Stone book in Zhou Tong's hands were things that all imperfect sacred spirits desired. However, a Boundary Emperor did not make a move at the most critical moment. This matter revealed a little strangeness. This is a sacred spirit who broke through to the Boundary Emperor realm after birth. He might have obtained a great opportunity to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. His Path Protector exclaimed. Sacred spirits were born prematurely due to various uncontrollable reasons, and it was very difficult for them to reach the perfection stage. Unless they had an extraordinary opportunity, it was difficult for them to break through. Any sacred spirit who broke through to the Boundary Emperor realm after birth must have obtained an earth-shattering opportunity. Your Highness, what should we do? The Path Protector turned his head and asked. Dao Yi took a deep breath and said, given the current situation, Boundary Emperor Meng Shi and the Boundary Emperor of the Saint Spirit bloodline have entered at the same time. In addition, there are three ancient imperial weapons, the Bell of 10,000 Dragons, the Golden Sword Breaker, and the Phoenix Wing Golden Tripod here. According to our information, it's very likely that the ancient Qilin Emperor and the Sacred Battle Emperor's ancient imperial weapons will also come here. 2 Boundary Emperors and 5 ancient imperial weapons. Even if we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to obtain any benefits. Let's destroy this place and leave. Dao Yi said leisurely. That's true. The Path Protector nodded. He knew very well what Dao Yi's inner demon was. It was Zhou Tong. After being schemed against by Zhou Tong time and time again, Dao Yi could be considered to have been deeply implanted in his inner demon. Dao Yi's action was not to obtain any benefits, but to defeat Zhou Tong once and slightly relieve his inner demon. According to the time, there are at most 2 years before the 5 elements essence on the 5 element continent will erupt. However, with our many years of preparation, we can definitely trigger the 5 elements essence in advance. Let's go now. Today, we will witness the destruction of the Divine Realm. Dao Yi looked at the Divine Realm expressionlessly. His Path Protector nodded and quickly left. Chapter 533. Inside the Divine Demon Ridge, Zhou Tong was still fighting fiercely. He had been like this for the past 30 years. After each battle, he would rest for a while to comprehend his gains. The shortest would be 1 or 2 days. The longest would be 7 or 8 days. This was the most difficult battle, a journey of slaughter. He was fighting with his life on the line. All of the gods and devils were formed from Zhou Tong's essence blood and killing intent. All of them had emperor bodies, all of them once supreme gods and devils with endless transformations. During these 30 years, he had experienced thousands of battles and dyed the Divine Demon Ridge with blood countless times. He carried out the most shocking and terrifying battle here. Unfortunately, apart from Himiko and the Yellow Emperor, who connected with the Void Emperor after his death, no one else knew about this. If the geniuses of the outside world saw that even Zhou Tong had to go through such a bitter battle, they would definitely be shocked. During these 30 years, the tens of thousands of god and devil runes in the divine demon ridge had almost all been destroyed by him. Only the last 15 remained. At this moment, in the battlefield created by the Lingbao Tianzuan formation, Zhou Tong was surrounded by 15 great gods and devils. He carried out the most bitter battle. All types of divine abilities and wondrous techniques attacked together, leaving Zhou Tong covered in blood and in an incomparably miserable state. However, he didn't shrink back. This was already the final battle after 30 years of bitter cultivation. After 30 years of fighting against the great Tao of over 10,000 gods and devils, his forbidden domain was infinitely close to perfection. Fight! Zhou Tong's entire body was bathed in blood. His battle intent soared into the heavens. Nine-leaf sword grass, true dragon, immortal phoenix, Qilin, Kuan Peng, lightning emperor, mantis, nine netherworld AO, heavenly horned ant, divine striking stone. These vicious 10 turned into streaks of immortal radiance and surrounded him. It was as if he was wearing the most dazzling, vicious 10 immortal radiance battle armor. This was especially the case when he brandished his fists, palms, or even sword radiance. The 10 vicious, immortal radiance would instantly converge and merge into a shocking divine might. Fight! 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 After roaring out 3 battle cries, Zhou Tong's battle intent became even more ferocious. In this crazy battle, he constantly stimulated his potential, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Towards the end, the battle intent and aura around him rose again, reaching a qualitative change. Buzz! The 10 ferocious immortal light armor around him also gradually underwent a brand new transformation. The 10 ferocious immortal light armor shook violently and transformed into an extremely vast ocean of 10 ferocious immortal light blades. Within it, an illusory figure that looked exactly like Zhou Tong appeared, and it grew stronger and stronger. The moment the shadow took shape, it was as if an immortal phoenix had been reborn, or as if a fish had leaped up and transformed into a rock overlooking the world. This was a feeling of transcendence. Zhou Tong felt as if he had transcended time and space. There was nothing else other than the Tao. The forbidden domain that he had been using all this time had also reached a whole new level. Roar! The forbidden domain had been completely reborn. Zhou Tong couldn't help but let out a wild roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The closest divinity to him was immediately shaken by this roar, causing its body to crack and then explode. It died on the spot, and all that was left behind was a drop of essence blood that belonged to Zhou Tong, the source of his essence blood. Himiko, who was watching the battle from the side, was shocked and completely stunned. Zhou Tong's perfect forbidden domain had deeply shocked his heart. After 30 years of refinement, it has finally taken shape. What kind of Tao is this? It's actually so strong. Himiko muttered. Fight! With a battle cry, the illusory figure in the ocean of 10 ferocious immortal light blades appeared with unparalleled divine might. This was not Zhou Tong's true body, but the martial will formed by his invincible forbidden domain. It represented his fighting spirit and evolved his invincible Tao, looking down on the world and attacking the 10 ferocious immortal gods. This was a kind of invincible spirit. The invincible martial will directly exploded a demon god with a punch. Broken bones and flesh splattered, and the demon god's body and soul were destroyed. Then it walked step by step toward Zhou Tong, and finally merged with his true body. At the same time, the essence blood of the 2 demon gods that had exploded previously also merged back into Zhou Tong's body. After 30 years of hard work, I have achieved perfection today. I am a war immortal, Zhou Tong said quietly, finally giving his forbidden domain a name. War immortal. It was called War Immortal, but it could also be called War Immortal Art. There was no earth-shattering declaration, but it was very calm and serene, just like his current expression. This forbidden domain did not have any fancy power. The only thing it had was combat power. This was a forbidden domain that was created purely for battle. It could even be called a blessing, regardless of whether it was a fist, palm, leg, finger, claw, saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, bow, or even just a simple collision with the body. It could be used. It was a kind of extreme attack power, and the stronger the fighting spirit in the chest, the more terrifying the attack power would be. If this technique was given to an ordinary cultivator to cultivate, it would be like fierce emperors flying immortal art and Emperor's imperial dragon chi. It was a supreme attack power that was comparable to the battle secret. However, in the hands of a cultivator who walked the war immortal path with an extremely strong fighting spirit, it could erupt with a shocking battle power that far surpassed the battle secret. Especially in the hands of Zhou Tong, the creator, it was even more divine and unpredictable. Of course, from a technique's point of view, although the war immortal art that Zhou Tong created was born from the 10 ferocious treasure techniques, it was still not comparable to the 10 ferocious treasure techniques, which were Celestial King level secret techniques. Moreover, the war immortal art was only an offensive technique, while the 10 ferocious treasure techniques covered all aspects, including attack, defense, support, and many other effects. However, the war immortal art represented Zhou Tong's own Tao. Compared to the 10 ferocious treasure techniques that had already reached the extreme, Zhou Tong's war immortal art had a promising future. Moreover, as a Tao that Zhou Tong had comprehended himself and his own forbidden domain, the war immortal art in Zhou Tong's hands was not weaker than the 10 ferocious treasure techniques. In fact, it was even stronger. This was because this was the Tao and technique that was most suitable for Zhou Tong. The war immortal has been formed, and the great Tao is perfected. This battle is about to end. Fight! Zhou Tong turned his head to look at the remaining 13 gods and demons. His expression was calm and fearless as he shouted resolutely. As soon as he finished speaking, a supreme fighting spirit soared into the sky, covering all directions and penetrating the entire battlefield. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying thing fell into Himiko's eyes. He saw that the remaining 13 gods and demons, who were originally like giants, were slowly shrinking and their bodies were gradually evaporating. This was not intentional, but caused by the suppression of a supreme fighting spirit. The great Tao of these 8 gods and demons had been completely suppressed by the fighting spirit and had submitted to him. Poof, 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 poof. In an instant, 13 soft sounds were heard, and the last 8 gods and demons suddenly collapsed. Only 13 drops of origin blood essence were left, and they returned to Zhou Tong's body. The great Tao is perfected. He withdrew his fighting spirit and also put away the numinous treasure array that had set up the battlefield. He turned his head to look in the direction of the divine realm. Chapter 534. You're leaving? Are you confident in advancing to Quasi-Emperor? Himiko asked. My physical body has long become an emperor. After 30 years of war and 30 years of bitter cultivation, every drop of Quasi-Emperor blood has been tempered by thousands of fiend god great Taos. Furthermore, my forbidden domain has reached perfection. It's not difficult to advance to Quasi-Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at the divine domain. But I feel that there seems to be a problem in the divine domain. Oh, there are actually 2 Quasi-Emperors coming from that direction. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and immediately looked in a certain direction in the divine domain. He sensed the aura of Quasi-Emperors there. These 2 Quasi-Emperors did not seem to be concealing their auras, so Zhou Tong easily sensed them. Quasi-Emperors actually came? The divine domain is getting more and more chaotic. It's probably Dao Yi's doing. Himiko sighed. His boldness is smaller than I thought. It has nothing to do with boldness. This guy's been tricked by me several times. If it were you, you wouldn't be satisfied either. Zhou Tong chuckled. Himiko choked and did not say anything else. However, He could not help but mourn for Tao Yi in his heart. Tao, he was simply born to be evil in this life. He was actually so unlucky to have been tricked by Zhou Tong several times. The quasi-emperor tribulation takes too long. I'm afraid there will be changes. I'll kill these two quasi-emperors first. Zhou Tong chuckled. It was not very important whether he could pass the tribulation to become a quasi-emperor or not. This was because he had officially obtained the quasi-emperor Tao fruit after successfully comprehending the Tao. Passing the tribulation was only the mark of an official quasi-emperor. However, the quasi-emperor tribulation took a long time. Zhou Tong could not be bothered to wait. In any case, from the aura, the other party was not an unfathomable high-level quasi-emperor. They could only be considered early-stage quasi-emperors between the first and third heavens. Zhou Tong was very decisive. He turned and left directly. Perhaps you really do have the chance to quell the chaos in the darkness. Looking at Zhou Tong's departing figure, GZ sighed in his heart. Zhou Tong's cultivation speed was simply too fast. He was not even 150 years old, but he had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Based on his cultivation speed, he might be able to reach the great accomplishment realm when he was 240 years old. But it's hard to say. On the path of a combat immortal, the more opponents you have, the faster you improve. But are there still quasi-emperors in the universe who could be your whetstone? Himiko was still not optimistic that Zhou Tong would be able to achieve great success before the dark turmoil. Previously, you already had no opponents. The reason you broke through to the quasi-emperor realm was because of the uniqueness of this place. It's too difficult to advance quickly in the quasi-emperor realm. I'm afraid even you will have to endure it slowly. Himiko finally shook his head. However, it's about time for me to prepare for the great sage. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a palace in the god domain. The palace didn't have a style of the divine domain. This palace wasn't big, occupying less than 10 acres. There were strands of primal chaos mist around it, making it very hazy. Outside the palace, there were a few stone men and a few golden snakes guarding it. Not far from the palace, there were a few other great sages and sage kings of other races. The entire palace was made of stone, and it had a supreme aura. This was a powerful treasure, and it was the personal possession of a saint's spirit. In addition, the stone men and golden snakes outside the palace were also very strong. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. They were all Sage King-level powerhouses, intimidating people. This was the palace of a quasi-emperor, so it was very ostentatious. One could see that even the great sage cultivators were trembling in fear. Even as strong as they were, they couldn't withstand the pressure of a quasi-emperor, and all of them knelt down. As for the weaker cultivators, needless to say, they all collapsed to the ground. So, it was hiding here. This should be the sacred spirit's palace treasure. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and then used the combat immortal art. His entire body turned into a ray of divine light, waving his fist and punching toward the palace. His movements were so fast that no one could react in time. Zhou Tong had already reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, he also used his Kuan Peng's extreme speed and the movement's secret word for this attack. In an instant, he appeared in front of the palace. Boom! Zhou Tong's fist landed on the palace, and an unparalleled battle intent burned like a ball of immortal fire. The flames were so strong that it was as if the universe was about to collapse. This palace was the sacred spirit's treasure and was extremely sturdy. It was an extremely powerful treasure with astonishing defensive power. At this moment, in the face of Zhou Tong's sudden attack, countless Tao patterns densely covered the palace, and it was incomparably bright. However, the power of Zhou Tong's punch was too extraordinary. His physical body had already become a quasi-emperor during the 20 years of tempering in the karmic fire. After that, the 30 years of battle and the fusion of divine and demonic runes were equivalent to a second tempering. Such a physical body was already extremely powerful. In particular, he was now activating the power of the combat immortal that he had comprehended. His battle intent soared into the sky, and his power was earth-shattering. Crack! The palace exploded on the spot. Zhou Tong's fist swept across the sky, and thousands of rays of divine light and chaotic chi surged. The power of this punch was so strong that it was enough to destroy everything. "Who's there? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to come here and behave atrociously." In the palace, the Quasi-Emperor of the Sacred Spirit lineage and Quasi-Emperor Mao, she were startled awake at the same time and immediately flew into a rage. Oh no, it's a Quasi-Emperor sneak attack. However, when they sensed the terrifying power contained in Zhou Tong's punch, they decisively did not counterattack. Instead, they moved sideways and tried their best to avoid this attack. While the two Quasi-Emperors dodged, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The power of Zhou Tong's fist was like the sun and moon in the sky, surging like chaotic chi and shattering all things. The force shook the sky and erupted with endless power. The murderous chi covered the sky and was everywhere, and there was no way to avoid it. In the palace, the Gold Tribe, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the great sages of the Blood Phoenix Mountain who had just arrived for a discussion were startled awake. They knew that a Quasi-Emperor had launched a surprise attack here. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sound of the great Tao. 3 rays of immortal light instantly flew out from above their heads. The power of the great Tao was vast and mighty, causing the sky to collapse. The great Tao rumbled, and hundreds of millions of strands of immortal light soared into the sky. It was incomparably mysterious. The surprise attack of a Quasi-Emperor was terrifying. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and blocked the aftershock with the ancient imperial weapon, so they did not die. Of course, their reaction was still a little slow. They had been severely injured by Zhou Tong's fist force, and each of them vomited blood under the protection of the ancient imperial weapon. However, the others were not so lucky. During this process, the Sage King level stone golems and golden snakes outside the palace exploded one after another. Even if they had cultivated to the Sage King level, it was still not enough. In a battle between Quasi-Emperors, creatures of other realms, unless they had supreme treasures on them to protect themselves, did not even have the ability to resist the aftershock. They would immediately explode and be destroyed in body and soul. This was not a battle of the same level at all. In fact, all the creatures who came here, including the great sages, sage kings, and even sages who had surrendered to the 2 Quasi-Emperors, were destroyed in body and soul the moment Zhou Tong waved his fist. From the moment Zhou Tong moved until now, he had only used 1 punch. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.